Chapter 999. The demon continent shielded the spiritual awareness, which was the credit of the formation. Even if Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was powerful enough to reach the second grade of human immortal, he couldn't break through this terrifying formation. However, there was one exception, and that was Li Liheng. The cultivation method he cultivated was the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method. The strength of this cultivation method lay in the fact that the spiritual sense of the cultivator could pass through the barrier between the mortal world and the spiritual world and the immortal world. Even if Li Liheng's cultivation was still very low, it was still not difficult for him to pass through the small spiritual sense shielding array in the mortal world. So, the poor Taishaman Yang sect master Li Liheng became the victim of Yang Chen's anger at this time. When he was cultivating, he was surrounded by the sudden anger of Senior Lu Fengzi. He didn't even know what happened. "You damn liar!" With a majesty that people couldn't look at, Senior Lu Fengzi's anger simply made Li Liheng at a loss. Senior Lu Fengzi even directly denounced him as a damn liar. The pressure, like a mountain, directly pressed Li Liheng's consciousness firmly in a corner. Feeling the monstrous anger of Senior Lu Fengzi, Li Liheng couldn't even express a word. Li Liheng never discovered that when he faced a person's anger, he could be so terrifying. Even when he faced the anger of Sect Master Li, he was only afraid on his face, and there was a little rebellion in his heart. But in the face of Senior Lu Fengzi's anger, he didn't even dare to breathe. Heartbeat? Will that thing disturb Senior Lu Fengzi? Can you make it stop? Finally, after a storm of flames from Senior Lu Fengzi, the senior's mood calmed down a little. The huge pressure that had always been pressing on his head also eased a little, allowing Li Liheng to finally have the opportunity to express a little of his thoughts. But it was only a little, nothing else. "Senior, is there any misunderstanding?" Li Liheng looked at the situation and asked cautiously. He really didn't know how he had offended Senior Lu Fengzi. It would incur such a monstrous anger. The young sect master of Taishaman, recently in the sect he had the wind and rain. He had never suffered such terrifying pressure. Right now, Li Liheng only wanted to prove his innocence and not let Senior Lu Fengzi bear a grudge against him. After all, everything he had now was given to him by Senior Lu Fengzi. Once he lost Senior Lu Fengzi's support, he could only be the pitiful worm that could be bullied by any medicinal hall expert. In fact, in the world of his consciousness, it could only be described as fear and trepidation. I've asked a few experts who have ascended from the sect. In the past hundreds of years, no disciple of the sect has ever cultivated the world-crossing spiritual cultivation technique. There really was a reason for Senior Lu Fengzi's rage. Of course, this was only an excuse that Yang Chen made up. Otherwise, how could he have an excuse to flare up? However, it was normal for those who had ascended not to know about the world-crossing spiritual cultivation technique. This was originally a secret that only a few core elders knew. Not everyone could know about it. In short, this reason was reasonable no matter how you looked at it. Recently, no core elders had ascended, and the last batch of elders who knew about the spatial spiritual cultivation method to ascend to the spiritual realm obviously didn't know that there was a little guy named Li Liheng who was cultivating this cultivation method that was almost impossible to succeed. "Speak. Where did you come from? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of Taishaman?" After saying the reason just now, Senior Lu Fengzi's anger emerged again, and the monstrous power once again suppressed Li Liheng to the point that he could no longer speak. It seemed that Senior Lu Fengzi's anger was a little too big, and the terrifying pressure directly made the poor Li Liheng lose consciousness. Not only that, even the sect master and several core elders who would surround Li Liheng every time Li Liheng cultivated his mind also felt the terrifying pressure through Li Liheng, the medium. Along with the release of the pressure, there was an undisguised killing intent, which made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Those servants with lower cultivation either fainted or were so scared that their teeth chattered. No one could still maintain the form of standing. After a long time, the terrifying aura slowly dissipated, and the sect master and several core elders came to their senses. Then they immediately began to treat Li Liheng, who had fainted because of the pressure. By the time Li Liheng woke up, the anxious elders finally understood what had happened. It turned out to be because of this. Everyone had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But thinking about it, this senior Lu Fingzi didn't know how many times he had guided them. It had been dozens of years in total. On average, once a year there were dozens of times. After so many selfless pointers, if they were deceived by someone else, they would also be furious. What should I do? Senior Lu Fingzi doesn't believe that I am a disciple of Taishimin. What should I do? Li Liheng was the person who placed the most importance on this issue. Everything he currently enjoyed, whether it was status, power, wealth, or women, all came from the support of Senior Lu Fingzi. Once Senior Lu Fingzi no longer believed in him, he would completely fall into hell. Sect Master Li looked at Li Liheng's anxious and frightened look, exchanged a look with several core elders, and then said gently, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." Next, it was naturally to dismiss the left and right, and then set up dozens of restrictions. And then Sect Master Li comforted Li Liheng with a smile. "Don't be afraid. The sky has not fallen." But Senior Lu Fingzi doesn't believe in this disciple anymore. How could Li Liheng not be frustrated? For Sect Master Li, it can be said that he has already gotten the guidance that he dreamed of, and the same is true for several elders. Naturally, it is easy for them to stand and talk. But for Li Liheng, it is far from enough. My Taishimin have a set of secret codes to identify each other. Sect Master Li felt that there were some things that should be known to Li Liheng, and now that the matter involved Li Liheng himself, he was not afraid of him divulging it. It is to let the seniors in the spiritual world recognize the disciples that my sect has placed in other sects. It is unknown how many chess pieces the Taishimin have placed in other sects. Some of these chess pieces may be sacrificed, but some will ascend. Once they ascend to the spiritual world, their identity will not be recognized by the Shantian sect, and that will be a big problem. Therefore, the Taishimin naturally have a complete set of identification plans. Next time you contact Senior Lu Fingzi, just say a few words to him. Sect Master Li said confidently to Li Liheng, "These are the secret codes that have been left for tens of thousands of years, and they are also evidence that you are the most core disciple of my Taishimin. As long as you say these secret codes, Senior Lu Fingzi will definitely trust you." Chapter 1000. Yang Chen had no idea what the consequences of his momentary venting of anger would be. Anyway, this time he contacted Li Liheng. It would take a long time to contact him again, and he didn't know when the next time would be. After getting a little pleasure from Li Liheng, Yang Chen's irritable mood finally calmed down, and he began to think about what he should do on the demon continent. The devilish bead was a specialty of the demon continent, but for Yang Chen and his wives, it didn't mean much. However, these good things, Yang Chen could use them to refine a kind of medicinal pill to enhance his skills, which would be favored by many people. Of course, the main purpose of coming here was to gain experience. Even if Yang Chen has had 10,000 years of experience in cultivating his mind in his previous life, the more experience he had in fighting with the demonic creatures, the better. It must be known that the spiritual world and the mortal world would not be peaceful in the next few thousand years. This kind of marginal area definitely had no significance for Yang Chen to gain experience. If he wanted to gain experience, he had to go to the central area. The map on the jade slip helped a lot, and Yang Chen soon found a way to a more dangerous area. In the jungle, there was basically no road, and in order to achieve the purpose of gaining experience, Yang Chen didn't even choose to fly on his sword, but chose to walk. The erosion of the demonic energy was more powerful as it got closer to the center. Once he was disturbed by the demonic energy during the flight, it was also a very troublesome thing. Before fully understanding the power of the demonic energy, Yang Chen still chose a cautious way. Anyway, he had plenty of time, and he came here to gain experience, so he didn't want to take the most dangerous path. Countless people died on the demon continent because they were not cautious enough. In fact, Yang Qin has already tried the power of the demonic creatures on the periphery. At the level of the Jedon stage, the Yuanying stage masters who came in could definitely deal with them. But many newcomers would be careless because of this and die in the hands of the swarm of demonic creatures, which was a pity. Hey! Yang Qin pulled back the blood demon vine sword from the head of a demonic creature dozens of times larger than himself and waited quietly. Sadly, even though this monster was at the beginning stage of the original level, it didn't have a demonic pearl. The only use was to make the blood phantom vine flying sword appear more radiant after swallowing the blood essence. Blood phantom vine flying sword does not need to be refined by Yang Qin in the future, as long as it constantly absorbs enough blood essence. Furthermore, the higher the opponent's cultivation, the better the effect. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain the baleful demon bead, he would need stronger demonic beasts, so he could only advance to a more dangerous area. After making up his mind, Yang Qin did not hesitate. He put away his flying sword and strode in the direction he had determined. With Yang Qin's speed, even if he were to walk, it wouldn't be a problem for him to travel a few hundred miles a day. Along the way, he killed some of the monsters that appeared sporadically, but in fact, they would appear every once in a while. After 10 days, Yang Qin finally found that there were more and more monsters in front of him, and there were also some monsters in the late Yuanying stage, or peak Yuanying stage. The monsters were all monsters eroded by the demonic energy, and there were all kinds of shapes. In the past 10 days, Yang Qin had to fight with all kinds of monsters almost every day, and the fighting methods of these monsters were different, which made Yang Qin very addicted. The sudden increase in the number of monsters made Yang Qin a little overwhelmed. Finally, he saw what kind of fighting style that was completely based on instinct and was not afraid of death. Under such circumstances, the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Zhao, which he had used in the battle against the cultivators, was completely useless. The demon simply didn't care whether the sword would pierce through its head or not. It stretched out its claws and opened its bloody mouth, pouncing forward without any regard for its life. Even if it died, it would still take a bite out of its opponent, which was truly frightening. However, such an opponent was also the best opponent to hone his skills and protect himself at the same time. In the face of such an enemy, there was no such thing as mercy or soft-heartedness. It was either you die or I die. There was no other choice. The crazy monsters sometimes would not even let go of their companions. A large area of attack came down, regardless of whether there were other monsters within the attack range. This forced Yang Qin to look in all directions and pay attention to the movements around him. With a continuous sound, Yang Qin's figure was flashing and moving, but the flying sword stabbed into the heads of the monsters from time to time. Every time he attacked, he would leave immediately, not daring to stop for even a moment. And every time he could perceive the attack that fell on the place where he had just landed, it was really dangerous. With the golden bell body protection technique and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Qin was not afraid of this level of attack. But he came here not to verify the defensive power of the golden bell, but to hone his combat consciousness. Through this level of killing, he could abandon those unnecessary tricks and improve his combat effectiveness. Therefore, Yang Qin would not rely on the magic weapon to protect his body. A group of about 30 monsters was killed by Yang Qin one by one within the time of half a stick of incense. Although they were all monsters in the early Yuanying stage, Yang Qin was still sweating. It seemed that he was more tired than queuing up and fighting with 100 cultivators of the same cultivation base. The cultivators had a habit of not being straightforward enough, and Yang Qin would occasionally make a mistake from time to time. But in this environment, he couldn't afford to waste time. If he could kill more enemies, he needed more. The demon continent was indeed a good whetstone. Unfortunately, a lot of monsters did not mean that there was a devilish bead. With this group of monsters, Yang Qin still returned empty-handed and could only continue to move forward. Along the way, there was an endless stream of such small groups. Every once in a while, a new group would appear, and the group seemed to be growing larger and larger. If it weren't for Yang Chen's Yin-Yang Five Elements secret art, he would have to stop or even retreat to rest in this series of battles. There seemed to be more and more monsters, and even Yang Chen was a little strange. Whether the Yuanying stage cultivator was in the Dao sex or the monster race, how could it be so easy to appear? But on this demon continent, it was simply endless, as if these monsters were born in the Yuanying stage. This was also a strange phenomenon, worthy of Yang Chen's research. However, before that, Yang Chen still had to study what was going on with the devilish bead. There were so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Dao sex and the elixirs of 10,000 years and 100,000 years, but they could not directly improve the cultivation of the user. But this devilish bead could actually raise the cultivation of people. If he knew what was going on, maybe Yang Chen could also study a similar elixir. Chapter 1001. Hard work pays off. After breaking into a few thousand miles deeper, Yang Chen finally got a devilish bead from a peak Yuanying stage demonic creature. The moment before the monster's death, its huge body suddenly began to collapse inwards, shrinking nonstop, as if its flesh and bones were all pressed together by a huge pressure. But Yang Chen's spiritual awareness told him that it was not the case, but there was a black bead in the brain of the demonic creature, which was madly absorbing the whole body essence of the demonic creature and condensing it together. This process was very short, only a few breaths of time to complete. Watching a huge monstrous beast suddenly turned into a black bead in a few breaths of time. Even Yang Chen was a little shocked when he saw it for the first time. This bead was not big, only the size of the tip of the little finger. Yang Chen held it in his hand and squeezed it a little. It was a little hard, but Yang Chen did not dare to use force for fear of crushing the bead. The bead was pure black, and from time to time there would be a trace of black mist lingering over it, which contained a tempting power. Moreover, this demonic, baleful bead seemed to have a kind of attractive force. It was constantly attracting the person who obtained it to swallow it. Even a person who did not know what this thing was would not dare to make this decision casually, especially when this bead was condensed from a demonic creature. The untreated devilish bead, for cultivators, was simply a deadly poison. Unless it was the kind of guy with a weak will to the extreme, he would not be able to resist the silent temptation and swallow the devilish bead. But to be able to kill this level of demonic creature, but also to kill at least hundreds of them to get a devilish bead, would he be such an easy person to be tempted? Afraid that something would go wrong with this thing, Yang Chen even used an empty Qingkuan bag to hold the devilish bead. When he got to the gathering point, he believed that many people would know how to deal with it. Only one was obviously not enough, whether it was used for research or to exchange for something. There was still time. Yang Chen still had to find more devilish beads. Trekking alone in this primitive forest, Yang Chen did not seem lonely at all. Almost every few miles, he would encounter a monster. Soon, Yang Chen noticed something different ahead. It seemed that there were relatively few demonic beasts in this direction, but it was not that there were none. After walking for dozens of miles, Yang Chen encountered a group of middle Yuanying stage demonic beasts, and they all rushed towards him. As soon as Yang Chen rushed into the battle, the blood demon vine flying sword flashed, and the two monsters were pierced in the head by Yang Chen and died. Just when Yang Chen thought that the result would be the same as the previous times, a sudden change occurred. The withered vines on the ground, which were as thick as a strong man's calf, seemed to have suddenly turned into living snakes, silently coiling towards Yang Chen. The demonic beasts encountered before were all animal-based monsters, but now it was obviously a plant monster beast. According to the experience on the territory of the Central Plains Dao sex, the older the plant, the stronger it was. It was the same on the demon continent. Yang Chen, who was fighting with dozens of demonic beasts, was keenly aware of this, but it seemed that it was a little late. At first, these vines did not have any signs of life. No matter how one looked at them, they looked like withered, dead branches. But now, They had suddenly turned into a deadly giant net. Together with the monsters fighting with Yangchen, they were wrapped up in the giant net woven by these huge vines that suddenly turned into living creatures. The giant net was so big that with Yangchen's speed, he didn't even have time to escape. The sudden bondage forced Yangchen to take out the most powerful posture. With the fastest speed, he killed the demonic beasts in the net and concentrated on dealing with this powerful, demonized vine. If he didn't do this, he might be attacked by the demonized vine and the demonic beasts at the same time, and he would be in a dilemma. This batch of demonic beasts did not have a devilish bead, and even if there was, Yangchen couldn't care about collecting it now. The corpses of the demonic beasts that were wrapped by the demonized vine had begun to make a sizzling sound, emitting a white gas that exuded a foul smell. The demonic vine had already extended a small spike, piercing into the corpses, madly absorbing the essence of the corpses. Even the demonic qi contained in the corpses was no exception. All of it was absorbed. Just for a while, in Yang Chen's field of vision, there were only piles of bones left, and after a while even the bones were not left. Only some ashes were left. Now Yang Chen was wrapped in a giant net woven by the demonized vine. Although the space in the net was still very large, it was getting smaller and smaller. Yang Chen had cut off at least a dozen vines that wanted to rush over and wrap around Yang Chen, but the vines still swept up as if they were not afraid of death. The blood demon vine sword was obviously not powerful enough to deal with the demonic vine, which was also a plant. Yang Chen had replaced it with the bright ray sword of the fire attribute. When the sword slashed down, the demonic vine that was cut would immediately catch fire. However, this kind of flame could not hurt the demonized vine for the time being. The part of the fire could only last for a few breaths, and immediately the demonic vine would secrete a sap to extinguish the flame. Not only that, this sap was very magical. The vines that were cut off by Yang Chen would automatically stick together, and after a while, there was no trace of being cut. This was definitely a big guy that had never been seen before. Yang Chen was also excited in his heart. Now he had not found where the roots of the demonized vine were. This guy even had the power to shield part of the spiritual awareness. The second grade human immortal spiritual awareness cultivated by Yang Chen's 3 Purities secret art could only be used within a range of 10 miles. Any further distance would be unable to be further explored. The huge body of more than 10 miles had not yet found the root. It could be imagined how fierce this demonic vine was. No wonder the demonic creatures in the surrounding dozens of miles were very rare. It must have become the fertilizer of this demonized vine. Up to now, Yang Chen didn't even judge the cultivation base of the other party. But seeing that it easily surrounded dozens of demonic beasts in the middle Yuanying stage, it was obvious that it was not inferior to the late Yuanying stage. It was likely to be the peak Yuanying stage, or even a higher Desheng stage demonic vine. If it was someone else in Yang Chen's realm, they would definitely be scared out of their wits, and they would have to seek survival everywhere. But Yang Chen's eyes were shining at the moment, and he was unspeakably excited. Finally, there was a decent opponent that could let him release his combat power to his heart's content. With a thought, at least thousands of flying swords appeared around Yang Chen, and then, under the control of Yang Chen, they were directly woven into a dense sword net, and in turn, they went to the vine net that surrounded him. Chapter 1002. Myriad Sword Secret Art. This was the real Myriad Sword Secret Art. It was not the kind of technique that many cultivators use to transform a sword into 10,000 sword lights, but the real Myriad Sword Secret Art that used thousands of flying swords to attack. Among the Dao sects, perhaps some high-level sect could use the power of the whole sect to use such a trick. Apart from that, no one could be as extravagant as Yang Chen. It did not mean that having 10,000 flying swords in one's hands could make this big move. If the realm of spiritual awareness was not enough, it would be impossible to control thousands of flying swords. This was the real big trouble. Moreover, even if one's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful, the flying sword was not completely his own. The kind of flying sword that left the aura of the refiner could not do this. In this world, only Yang Chen, who was blessed by heaven with Shao Tian, could really make this move. Of course, every flying sword was controlled by Shao Tian, adding countless power out of thin air. Not to mention anything else. Just in terms of sharpness, it was already far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And now, Yang Chen wanted to use this characteristic. Tens of thousands of sharp flying swords slashed at the same tens of thousands of vines. Wherever the net of swords went, the vines that came into contact with it were cut up by thousands of blades, and countless tiny branches were sent flying. Can't the vines recover? Then let's just cut it a little bit and see how you recover. Yang Chen was playing with this idea, and he also needed to use this sword net to break the giant net of vines and escape from it. Always being in the circle of others, this was not an active way to fight. Yang Chen's method was very effective, and the vines that filled the sky were almost cut into pieces by this huge sword net. Unfortunately, Yang Chen did not escape from the giant net of vines, although the vines that were chopped into pieces could not be restored for a while. Every piece that was chopped off began to emit a thick black fog. Before Yang Chen's flying sword could fly back, the black fog had already contaminated the body of the flying sword. Not every flying sword was quenched in the same way as a life source magic weapon, and not every flying sword was used to the flying sword and was carefully refined. Therefore, those flying swords that were just like Shao Tian, who cleaned the unformed sword spirit in the flying sword and became blank, were immediately polluted by these black mist. Yang Chen, who was controlling the flying sword, immediately noticed that something full of all kinds of cold and terrifying aura had come into contact with his divine sense threads. He was immediately shocked. This was an unprecedented experience. Even when he killed the demonic beast with the demonic bead, he did not have such a feeling. This pervasive black qi, was it the demonic qi that had been purified by this demonic vine? The demonic qi of the demon continent was very deadly, but under normal circumstances, as long as they were not in a battle, basically the masters of the Yuanying stage could block the demonic qi outside their body. Of course, the premise was that they did not enter the area where the demonic qi was thick. Otherwise, if their cultivation base was not enough, they could only become the same as those demonic beasts. Yang Chen did not expect that he would be attacked by the demonic qi at this time. Although it only invaded the flying sword, the divine sense threads connected to the flying sword had already felt the aura of the demonic qi. If it was only a flying sword that was contaminated by the demonic qi, Yang Chen would not feel too much. But this time there were thousands of flying swords. Yang Chen's myriad sword secret art had also absorbed a lot of demonic qi while cutting countless vines. And all of these demonic qi were fed back to Yang Chen's mind through the divine sense threads connected to Yang Chen's divine sense. Boom! In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, it was as if a bomb had suddenly detonated and the whole shook. But it was immediately suppressed by Yang Chen's powerful divine sense. Countless strands of black qi penetrated along Yang Chen's divine sense threads and entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The black qi only pervaded for a while, and it formed a black, demonic vine phantom in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and then began to attack wildly in all directions. However, this level of attack was simply not worth mentioning for Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Yang Chen was about to easily erase this demonic vine phantom, and suddenly his heart moved. Wasn't this a good opportunity to understand the demonic qi? With the decision made, Yang Chen did not immediately expel and obliterate the demonic qi. Instead, he controlled all the flying swords to cut off the vines that had just been connected and had not yet fully grown. At the same time, he allowed the black mist to enter his sea of consciousness along his divine sense threads. The demonic vine phantom in his sea of consciousness was initially less than a foot in size, but as more and more black qi came in, the phantom began to grow, and soon it reached a radius of 10 feet. However, such a small size was simply a drop in the ocean for Yang Chen's hundreds of acres of sea of consciousness. In order to thoroughly understand the characteristics of these demonic qi, Yang Chen simply opened up his divine sense and began to actively absorb the demonic qi. This was quite a risky move, so when the demonic vine phantom in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness swelled to about 10 feet, Yang Chen stopped absorbing. All the flying swords were recalled, and the black qi attached to the flying sword was absorbed by Yang Chen. Then, 2 fire dragons appeared around Yang Chen's body. The yin fire and yang fire of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire directly formed a huge fire circle of 10 feet, blocking all the vines of the demonic vine. The instincts of the demonic vine that was cut off quickly recovered, but it seemed to be a little thinner than before. Then, countless branches began to rush toward the fire circle wrapped around Yang Chen. As soon as they touched the flames, the vines immediately burned, causing the branches to retreat. This time, the flame was completely different from the flame on Yang Chen's bright ray sword. Even if the demonic vine secreted more juice, it could not extinguish the burning flame. Instead, the juice was quickly roasted by the slowly burning flame and disappeared in the wind. The burning branches trembled in the air, as if they were in extreme pain, but no branches dared to fall. There were countless branches that were not burning, far away from Yang Chen, and the fire circle were wrapped in it, forming an airtight cocoon. Those branches that had been burned kept wandering around the forest, shaking wildly. After being unable to extinguish the flames, the demonic vine seemed to have made a decision. All the burning vines quickly gathered together, and then the roots of the vines were quickly cut off. All the vines that were not on fire left the area. This move surprised Yang Chen, who had always been connected to the flame. Didn't these demonic beasts completely lose their active consciousness and act only by instinct? How could this demonic vine make the decision to cut off its wrist? Chapter 1003. It was strange, but Yang Chen had to take advantage of this time to figure out the secret of the devil qi. Everything in the sea of consciousness was under the control of Yang Chen, and there was no defense against the attack of the monster vine phantom, allowing the monster vine phantom to attack wantonly in the sea of consciousness. Every time the vines of the monster vine hit any place in the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen would feel a fierce and incomparable aura rushing straight into his lungs, and it seemed that his consciousness would run with the unpleasant aura. Some of the negative emotions in his consciousness seemed to be magnified crazily under the attack of this devil qi. All kinds of violent and ferocious thoughts came one after another, and even Yang Chen's somewhat depressed mood because the 4 women left him to gain experience alone some time ago seemed to have been awakened, making Yang Chen very irritated again. In his previous life, because of the hatred of his master's suicide and the destruction of the sect, the anger of his own suffering for thousands of years, all kinds of negative emotions directly overwhelmed all the happiness and beauty, and his mind was completely filled with these dark and violent thoughts. The sudden change made Yang Chen almost unable to hold back. He stood up and picked up the immortal beheading blade in the blood river and slashed wildly. At this moment, the 3 purities secret art finally underwent a powerful change. A stream of fine spiritual awareness threads suddenly spontaneously wrapped the monster vine phantom in it, layer after layer, tightly wrapped, so that the phantom could no longer touch any place in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. At the same time, a cool airflow blew through Yang Chen's mind, calming his violent and frenzied heart quickly. All the impulses seemed to stop abruptly and stopped at this moment. Brush. Yang Chen's body directly broke out in a cold sweat. The scene just now was so dangerous. If he didn't control it, maybe he would end up with a heart demon. That's right, that feeling was the heart demon. Yang Chen's cultivation in this life has been smooth, and he has not encountered a heart demon. But his previous life was full of fate, and it was inevitable that he would encounter a heart demon when he was cultivating. Every time, Yang Chen relied on his strong will to avenge his master and forcibly suppressed his inner demons. In this life, although he still had the intention to avenge his master was still alive and well and had even become his wife. The tragic scene in his memory did not happen again. Not only did his master not suffer, even the sect became more prosperous with each passing day. It was no longer the kind of sect that could be bullied by others. Because of this, Yang Chen's desire to avenge his master and the sect seemed very unreal. Under the invasion of the devil Qi, it naturally formed an inner demon. Not only that, just as Yang Chen had sensed before, the demonic aura had triggered all the negative emotions hidden in Yang Chen's consciousness. After accumulating, it had almost consigned Yang Chen to eternal damnation. At the thought that he had almost destroyed the immortal beheading saber that he had refined for many years, Yang Chen could not help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 3 purities, secret art, and his spiritual awareness was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he did not know what kind of disaster would have happened. The culprit was the devil Qi, but the indispensable accomplice was this demonized vine. Yang Chen's heart was filled with anger, and he directly vented his anger on the demonized vine. The 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire soared into the sky and directly ignited the rattan cocoon that wrapped Yang Chen. Countless rattans, like a frightened group of snakes, flew around with flames all over the sky. There were so many rattans on fire that the demonized vine had to cut off all the rattans in this area. Otherwise, the flames would go straight to its body along the rattans. But this time, the demonized vine gave up on these branches so thoroughly that before it broke, it even retrieved all the essence in the branches. What was burned was only withered branches. The truncated rattans had no effect of shielding the spiritual awareness. Under the scan of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, Yang Chen quickly found the place where a large number of rattans gathered, which was where the main body of the demonized vine was located. It was a valley 40 or 50 miles away from here, almost 30 miles in radius, and the valley was completely filled with rattans of various thicknesses. The valley, which was dozens of feet deep, was filled with rattans. In all directions above the valley, there were countless thick rattans spread to the distance, along the ground covered by the dense jungle plants, extending in all directions. Where Yang Chen was just in one direction, it was unknown when such a huge demonic vine had been contaminated by the devil Qi, and in the countless years that it had lived, it had devoured countless demonic beasts that had been contaminated by the devil Qi, causing the devil Qi in its body to be so pure that it was unbelievable. Presumably, it was not much worse than the devil Qi in the center of the devil Qi explosion, right? Such a huge demonized vine, there was no leakage of demon Qi or devil Qi. It was a miracle. No matter who walked through this area, with their spiritual awareness blocked, they would not find anything unusual here. Silently, he would become nourishment for the demonized vine. This big guy almost made Yang Chen beyond redemption. Yang Chen certainly would not let it go. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire directly turned into 2 dancing fire dragons, burning all the way along the vines. Although the demonized vine had a powerful rattan, a terrifying strangulation power, and a mysterious juice that could regenerate the branches at any time, even the ordinary 4th grade and 5th grade fire seeds couldn't do anything to it. But unfortunately, it met Yang Chen. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire, which had absorbed dozens of kinds of 4th grade fire seeds in the process of rushing over the vast sea, showed its ferocity for the first time in the face of the enemy. The powerful flame, which had already surpassed the power of the 5th grade fire seed, directly strangled all the hope of the demonized vine. Wherever the flame went, the burning vines were constantly cut off by the demonized vine after it took back its essence. But the flame was still unrelenting along the vines all the way to the main body. Dozens of miles around, it was completely immersed in the terrifying sea of fire, and soon the flames surrounded the entire valley. The 2 fire dragons sank down and directly drilled into the valley. Boom! The valley began to explode directly. Countless vines flew into the air with burning flames, and the huge main root of the demonized vine soon appeared in front of Yang Chen. Surrounded by the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, the demonized vine itself was a plant. There was no way to escape. The main root cut off all the vines, and after gathering all the essence of the demonized vine, it could only shrink into a ball of more than 10 feet and was surrounded by the 2 fire dragons. No matter how hard the demonized vine tried, it could not escape the fate of being killed by Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire. The poor guy in this large area was simply an invincible existence, but unfortunately encountered Yang Chen, who had the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. The huge ball kept shrinking, and soon a black ball appeared in front of Yang Chen. Looking at this huge ball, even Yang Chen could not help but be stunned. Chapter 1004. The black bead was surrounded by black mist. According to the formation process of the devilish bead that Yang Chen had seen before, this bead should also be a devilish bead. However, this size was a bit too surprising. Holding it in his hand, it felt the same as the previous small devilish bead. The problem was that the demonic, baleful bead, which was the size of a human head, really gave people a very unreal illusion. Not only the size, but even the black gas that lingered on it also gave people a creepy feeling. Holding it in his hand, his ears seemed to be able to hear the roar of thousands of ghosts from the bottom of their hearts, and the wind was blowing, making people feel like they were in hell. First, he put away the devilish bead and looked around. There was nothing good left. However, there was a large number of branches that only relied on the taproot after burning, leaving some slender fibers, which made Yang Chen very strange. With the power of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, it was not inferior to Yang Chen's sun true fire in his previous life, but it was unable to burn the whole branches. These fibers obviously had some background. Picking up a few strands, Yang Chen immediately noticed the abnormality. These fibers could actually block Yang Chen's spiritual awareness exploration. It seemed that the demonic vine's previous function of blocking spiritual awareness was because of these fibers. However, it was too far away from the taproot. Those fibers may not be strong enough and were directly burned by the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Only the core part was left. Yang Chen immediately collected these fibers as if they were treasures, and finally he got almost a dozen pounds. These fibers could withstand the burning of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Obviously, they were strong enough, plus they could block spiritual awareness. It was simply the best raw material for making invisibility protective robes. With the sea-pouring jasper cup and the golden bell, Yang Chen did not need this kind of invisibility protective robe for the time being. But this did not prevent Yang Chen from making a set for each of his wives. In any case, there was such a set of clothes, even if they were worn inside. It was an effective protection for their safety. The big guy was really a big guy. Whether it was the devilish bead or this fiber, it was a great thing. After dealing with the demonized vine, Yang Chen decided to rest for a while in the valley. Previously, Yang Chen had been haunted by his inner demons, and he had not had a chance to rest. Now he could finally relax, and at the same time he could summarize the problems that he had just exposed. Before this, Yang Chen had always thought that he had the state of mind of a perfected golden immortal and was not afraid of inner demons. Especially in the mortal world, it was impossible for there to be any problems. But not long ago, the devil Qi had taught Yang Chen a lesson. Not only did Yang Chen have a heart demon, but it was a big one. Once it flared up, it could be a super heart demon that could cost him his life. Inner demons were a big taboo for cultivators. Basically, everyone would develop inner demons. The only difference was when and to what extent. Ordinary inner demons would appear in almost everyone, as long as one could overcome them. There wouldn't be too much of a problem. The most terrifying possibility was that a heart demon would suddenly appear during the tribulation. Therefore, the great oath of the heart demon was the most serious oath among cultivators, because once the great oath of the heart demon broke out, it would definitely be during the tribulation. That was a 100% dead end. If one was lucky, he could leave a whole body, but if he was unlucky, he would not even have a bone left. For example, in the past, Shi Shanshan had a heart demon. Because her cultivation was stagnant, she felt useless. Yang Chen's words helped to resolve it. Now, it was Yang Chen's turn to have a heart demon. Fortunately, the heart demon appeared at this time. Yang Chen felt that he was lucky. If it happened like the last time he crossed the tribulation, he would definitely die. Something like the heart demon was actually caused by the instability of the Tao heart. In general, it was the accumulation of those negative emotions. If one could overcome it, it would be the Tao heart. If not, it would be the heart demon. There was no fixed rule for this thing. Everyone's situation was different. Sure, Shan could have a heart demon because of the pressure of being a genius disciple. If it was Shanghai Feng, he would not have such thoughts. Naturally, he would not have such a heart demon. Everyone had their own Tao heart, and everyone had their own weaknesses, so on and so forth. To overcome the heart demon, to put it simply, it would be relatively easier if there was an expert to resolve it. However, it would not work every time. In the end, it still depended on one's own situation and one's Tao heart. Similarly, the Tao heart was actually an illusory thing. There were different ways for different people. In the face of a strong enemy, someone righteously went forward to kill them. This was the Tao heart. If someone had nothing to do with you, pretending not to see, it was also the Tao heart. There were even people who could not fight and took a detour to escape. This was also the Tao heart. Whether the Tao heart was stable or not depended on whether it was constantly tempered. This was the reason why all cultivators would go out to train. Some things could not be understood by sitting there in seclusion. One had to experience some things and get used to some vicissitudes before they could understand some right and wrong. Only then could they make a choice that was in line with the Tao heart. Once the Tao heart was unstable, the heart demon would take advantage of it. To solve this problem, the only way was to constantly hone their Tao heart. This was the case for everyone. Yang Chen thought that he would not have a heart demon, but now the facts told him that even if he was the reincarnation of a zenith heaven golden immortal, he would also have a heart demon. Since it was inevitable to have a heart demon, what Yang Chen had to do was to reduce the influence of the heart demon on himself as much as possible. Right now, there was a good thing to hone the Tao heart. The devil chi condensed on the devil bead was thousands of times thicker than the first one. The devil chi could easily trigger Yang Chen's negative emotions and let the heart demon break out. Many things, after experiencing too much, would become a habit and would no longer cause harm to oneself. The same was true for the heart demon. What Yang Chen needed to do was to detonate a little bit at a time and slowly let himself get used to it. Yang Chen believed that as long as he adapted to this degree of negative emotion outbreak, then maybe in the mortal world, there would really be nothing that could bother him anymore. He believed that at that time, Yang Chen's Tao heart would be like iron. In the sea of consciousness, there was also a large group of demon vine phantom wrapped in spiritual awareness threads, which was a good thing to hone Yang Chen's state of mind. Yang Chen took the responsibility to use the demonic chi and began to hone his Tao heart. This valley was a good place. For the time being, there was no one to disturb him, and there were very few demonic beasts. In addition, Yang Chen wrapped himself in the sea jasper cup. So few demonic beasts could find him. In this valley, he began to use his own demonic chi to polish his Tao heart. Chapter 1005. With the three purities secret art as a backing, every time Yang Chen released the monster vine phantom, he would face a big attack of negative emotions. The taste was really not good: irritability, sadness, despair, hatred, pain, and so on. The taste was different every time. Every time it made Yang Chen feel like dying. And every time, Yang Chen persisted. Although there were several times when he almost jumped up on impulse, Yang Chen eventually persisted. Unlike the first time when he was rescued by the three purities secret art in time, the main reason why Yang Chen persisted these days was a strong will, and it had nothing to do with the three purities secret art. Every time Yang Chen carried the negative emotions himself, tried to figure it out, and tried to control himself from doing stupid things. Every time Yang Chen experienced a heart demon, the monster vine phantom was a little weaker. After experiencing dozens of such situations, the original size of 10 feet had been reduced by at least half. At this rate, it would only take a few dozen more times, or even less, for the demonic vine phantom to completely disappear. Obviously, without replenishment, the monster vine phantom would not be able to toss for a long time. And if Yang Qin was willing, he could even consume all the monster vine phantom at one time. Obviously, Yang Qin did not want to do that. It was not easy to feel the power of some heart demons. He could still try to overcome it. How could he let go of such an opportunity? As a result, Yang Chen's eyes began to turn to the big devil bead in the separate Qinkuan bag. The demonic, baleful bead was surrounded by a thick black qi. Moreover, it was a condensed demonic qi. It could definitely supplement the demonic vine phantasm. Yang Chen was not afraid of destroying the devil bead. Anyway, Yang Chen did not intend to take it. He directly explored the devil bead with his spiritual awareness and began to crazily absorb the black gas. As Yang Chen expected, it was a highly concentrated devil qi that had been condensed again. It quickly supplemented the consumption of the monster vine phantom, so that the monster vine phantom was restored to the original size of 10 feet. However, before supplementing the devil qi, Yang Chen did not forget to let the Taishimen Yang sect master, Li Liheng, also taste this taste. Li Liheng's spiritual awareness imprint was firmly hit by one of the vines of the monster vine phantom. Li Liheng, who was far away in another continent, seemed to have suddenly entered a nightmare. The whole person became hysterical, crazy, and restless, and even directly stabbed the people around him with a sword. If it weren't for the fact that there was an elder not far from Li Liheng, Li Liheng would definitely be able to slaughter the people around him. Even though the elder acted in time, a servant still died. Even Yang Lan, whom he doted on the most, was personally stabbed by his sword. It was just that the injury was light. Li Liheng's extraordinary performance was simply a situation of being possessed by the devil in the process of cultivation. Sect Master Li and other core elders who received the news gathered around Li Liheng and discussed how to solve this problem anxiously. Everyone was a master. Li Liheng's heart demon was obviously because in the past few decades he had been concentrating on cultivation under the attention of the Taishimen's core senior management. He had not experienced any experience at all, and his will was not strong. Perhaps it was time to let Li Liheng go out and gain experience. When the young sect master came out of the mountain, he would always be in a hurry. Moreover, Li Liheng was now the treasure of the Taishimen. How could there be any mistakes? Therefore, how to arrange Li Liheng's experience without any problems became a difficult problem for the Taishimen's top management. Yang Qin didn't care what trouble this would bring to Li Liheng and the Taishimen. He just didn't forget to find some fun for the Taishimen. After giving Li Liheng a bit, Yang Qin began to continue his own honing plan. Almost several times a day of honing, Yang Chen experienced a total of more than half a year. Once the demon vine phantom's magic power was insufficient, Yang Chen would actively absorb the magic power from the devilish bead to strengthen the demon vine phantom. The whole process was very familiar, and Yang Chen didn't even need to spend too much time thinking about it. The tempering of the mind was no less difficult than the polishing of the body and the accumulation of combat experience. In more than half a year, Yang Qin seemed to have experienced countless soul baptisms, and his spirit seemed to have been reborn. The troubles accumulated in this life also seemed to have gradually disappeared without a trace in this half a year of honing. The demon vine phantom was already very weak. Yang Chen habitually absorbed the magic power directly from the devilish bead in the Qinkuan bag, but this time when he explored it with his spiritual awareness, he absorbed nothing. In surprise, Yang Qin took out the devilish bead and was suddenly surprised. The devilish bead, which was originally surrounded by black qi, now turned golden, and there was no feeling of black qi lingering around it. Unknowingly, Yang Qin had already absorbed the demonic qi on such a large demonic bead. Even the small one was not let go, and it was also cleaned up by the way. At the same time, the tiny demonic pearl also shone with a golden light, as if it was a small pill. The golden, devilish bead even exuded a fragrance that people could not help but be immersed in it. It was different from the previous soul attraction that tempted people to swallow it. It was purely a feeling of taste. What was this situation? Could it be that the devilish bead was supposed to be handled like this? Yang Qin had never seen the devilish bead that had been handled before, and he could not judge the situation of the thing in his hand. Since the magic power had been absorbed and counting the days, it was almost time to reunite with his 4 wives. Yang Chen simply shrunk into a small group of demon vine phantom and sealed it again with his spiritual awareness. He was ready to get up and rush to the gathering point, just in time to understand the devilish bead on the way. He believed that in that gathering point there would be many people who would know what the devilish bead was. Doing what he said was Yang Chen's style, and soon Yang Qin appeared in the gathering point. There was still less than a month before the day of reunion. Yang Chen was too lazy to go out again, so he directly found a room to settle down in this gathering point that was like a Taoist market. "Shopkeeper, help me see what grade this devilish bead is." Finding a shop that specialized in the devilish bead business, Yang Qin took out the golden devilish bead that was the size of a little fingertip and put it on a jade plate on the table. The round devilish bead immediately began to roll on the plate. So small. The shopkeeper, who was disturbed by Yang Qin, was very dissatisfied and came forward from the back. He muttered impatiently from afar, but then his eyes widened, his face was full of an incredible expression, and he swooped down on the counter. "Pure golden devilish bead. How is it possible?" After carefully observing it again to confirm that it was not fake, the shopkeeper shouted directly. Chapter 1006. The gathering point was actually a market, but it was safer than the market. There was a formation to protect it, which could block the demonic qi and not invade the people in the formation. The cost of opening this formation was astonishing. To enter, you need to pay a lot of spirit stones, depending on the length of time. Yang Qin planned to stay for 3 months this time, and he paid a full 30 jin of middle-grade spirit stones. There were all kinds of shops inside, and you could buy almost anything you wanted, but the price was much higher than in the Dao sections. In addition to the market, it was also a supply point and a place for cultivation. The gathering point itself was built on a spiritual vein, and many separate courtyards were built in places with rich spiritual energy for cultivators to rest and cultivate here. The gathering point on the demon continent, in addition to the businesses in the normal market, there was also a very unique shop, which was the shop specializing in the demonic bead business. The one that Yang Qin came in was such a shop, and it seemed to be the largest and strongest shop of its kind. However, there was no shop assistant here, only the shopkeeper. There were no low-level cultivators on the demon continent to gain experience, and high-level cultivators were disdainful to be a shop assistant. The shopkeeper was also a Dao Sex Yuanying stage master, but it seemed that he had reached the peak Yuanying stage and was striving to go further. It was estimated that fighting outside could no longer meet his needs for experience, so he opened a demonic bead shop here while trying to break through. Maybe it was because he was impatient after being disturbed by Yang Qin, or maybe it was because he was too shocked to see the golden demonic bead. His voice made almost half of the street people hear it clearly. "What? Pure golden demonic bead? Where is it? Where is it? Are you kidding me? Impossible." A series of voices sounded in all directions, and some people had already rushed over here. The shopkeeper's face changed, and he suddenly gave Yang Qin a wink, and threw Yang Chen's demonic bead to Yang Qin to put it away, and then he took out a similar golden demonic bead and put it on the plate. This series of actions was extremely fast. Before anyone could reach him, he had already completed everything. The interior of the market was also isolated from divine sense. Everyone could only sense the movements of a few dozen meters around them. No one noticed the movements of the 2 people. Alas, I was mistaken. The shopkeeper held the golden demonic bead in his hand. His face was full of regret as he shook his head. Everyone who rushed over could see it clearly. Yang Qin could also see it clearly. Although the demonic, baleful bead in the shopkeeper's hand was also golden, it was much fainter than the one in Yang Chen's hand. The most obvious difference was that there was a faint black mark on the devilish pearl in the shopkeeper's hand. TSK, I really thought there was a golden demonic bead. The people who had rushed over had clearly seen the condition of the pearls. They shook their heads and slowly walked away. Someone even laughed and scolded. "Shopkeeper, have you gone crazy thinking about the golden pearls?" Now the devilish bead in the shopkeeper's hand was much bigger than the one in Yang Chen's hands. It was the size of a longan. He didn't know what kind of powerful, demonized monster it was obtained from. At first glance, it did look like a pure, golden, devilish bead. The shopkeeper's scream was understandable. "I really thought I saw the legendary golden bead. I made a mistake, I made a mistake." The shopkeeper pretended to laugh at himself, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Soon, only Yang Chen and 1 or 2 people were left in the shop. "Friend, do you really want to sell this bead?" Someone immediately asked Yang Chen. "I can offer a high price." In the demon continent, no one knew the depth of the other party, but those who could get such a large devilish bead were masters. Therefore, most people would call themselves this one, and few people would put on the posture of a superior elder. "Come on." The shopkeeper laughed and scolded. "Can you pay a higher price than me? Be careful that you will pay a higher price in the future." The other party also seemed to know the power of the shopkeeper. He smiled and turned away. As a result, the rest of the people also walked away, leaving only Yang Chen in the shop. "Friend, this bead is of good quality. Let's talk inside." The shopkeeper still used an ordinary tone to invite Yang Chen, but Yang Chen could clearly feel that the shopkeeper's body was already trembling slightly. In the back room, the shopkeeper couldn't even wait to make tea for Yang Chen. He couldn't wait to put a few restrictions first, and then sat opposite Yang Chen, looking at Yang Chen eagerly. Yang Chen was startled and then reacted. He put the golden devilish bead on the table and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you don't even have a sip of tea. This is not the way to treat guests." Neglectful, neglectful. The shopkeeper's eyes had been moving along with Yang Chen's hand. When he heard Yang Chen's words, he reacted. He hurriedly got up and carefully made a pot of tea for Yang Chen. Then he picked up the devilish bead again and observed it carefully. Sitting on the side, Yang Chen enjoyed this cup of spirit tea comfortably. After a sip, his mouth was full of saliva, and a refreshing spiritual power surged through his whole body. It was very comfortable. "This tea is good. I have to ask the shopkeeper for some later. Shan Shan will definitely like it." The shopkeeper over there took the devilish bead and looked at it over and over again. Yang Chen was not worried at all that he would have any intention of occupying it. This was the demon continent. Everyone was carrying more or less human lives. The dishonest guys had already been cleaned up. The rest must be old shops with excellent reputation. It turns out that there really is a golden devilish bead in this world. After a while, the shopkeeper raised his head. His hand was still holding the devilish bead tightly and sighed. "Is there anything different about this golden one?" Yang Chen asked curiously. "Friend, are you new to the demon continent?" When the shopkeeper heard Yang Chen's question, he smiled and asked back, "Those who have been here for a while won't ask that." Yang Chen nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. It was just the right time to borrow the shopkeeper's mouth to learn about the market of this devilish bead. The shopkeeper didn't hide anything and quickly introduced the devilish bead to Yang Chen. As Yang Chen knew before, the devilish bead was a heaven-defying material that could improve the cultivation base. It was more precious than any heavenly material and earthly treasure. Because the devilish bead obtained from different levels of demonized beasts was different in size, the devilish bead was also divided into different grades. The higher the cultivation base of the demonized beast, the larger the devilish bead condensed on its body, and the more precious the devilish bead was. The classification of this grade was basically based on its weight. Less than 1 qian was the lowest, the lower 9th grade, and then every increase of 1 qian, it would improve a small grade. 2 qian was the middle 9th grade. 3 qian was the upper 9th grade, for qian was the lower 8th grade, and so on. Chapter 1007. The reason why it was divided according to the standard of money was because the devilish bead could improve people's cultivation. It was superimposed according to the unit of money. 1 qian of the lower 9th grade could improve 1 year's cultivation. 2 qian of the middle 9th grade could reach 4 years, and 3 qian of the upper 9th grade could reach 20 years. The highest 9th grade, 2 taels of 7 qian, was said to be able to improve a cultivator's cultivation by 500 years. Of course, this was only a legend because so far no one had taken the 9th grade devilish bead. According to this calculation, 2 taels of 7 qian was considered the 1st grade. In Yang Chen's mind, the head-sized devilish bead in his chenkuan bag flashed directly. That weight, it was more than a few caddies, right? What grade was that? Super grade? Anyway, no matter what grade it was, as long as he was willing to take it out, it was estimated that there would be a considerable number of people who would be shocked to the extreme. For the shopkeeper's statement that the higher the realm of the demonized monster, the bigger the devilish bead, Yang Chen expressed limited support. But the shopkeeper's statement was the common knowledge of the general public. It was not that there was anything wrong, but there would occasionally be some exceptions. Although the demonized vine was strong, it had not reached the level of heaven-defying. At best, it was the instinct of the plant that could purify and condense the devil qi. The problem was that the devilish bead obtained by this exception was already heaven-defying to the extreme. This grade, strictly speaking, was only the natural grade of the devilish bead, which was also the grade of weight. But there was another standard to judge the devilish bead. It was the evaluation of the degree of purification of the devil qi in the devilish bead. The devilish bead with devil qi could not be directly taken. This was common sense, otherwise it would be waiting for qigong deviation. The devilish bead must be specially purified before it could be regarded as a real good medicine to improve cultivation. The result of the processing method became another standard of the quality of the devilish bead, which was also divided into several different grades. The cleaner the devil qi was purified, the fewer the black lines on it, and the closer the devilish bead would be to pure gold. The worst was with 9 black lines, the 9-stream bead. The best was the one in the shopkeeper's hand, which only had 1 black line. It was regarded as a first-class bead. If the 2 standards were superimposed, apart from the demonic, baleful bead that had not been processed in any way, the lower 9th grade was the worst, while the upper 1st grade was the best. As for the one that Yang Chen took out, there was no black pattern at all, and all the devil qi had been cleanly removed. It was just a legend, and no one had ever seen it. The handling of the demonic qi, the demon continent, had some cultivators who specialized in alchemy. Ordinary cultivators could not and did not dare to touch the demonic qi at will. The cultivators who dealt with the demonic qi were generally referred to as devil refiners. Even a fiend refiner would not be able to completely dispel the demonic aura. Everyone usually used the dilution method, using the characteristics of the demonic qi that would infect the surrounding living things, to thin the demonic qi on the demonic bead and dilute it as much as possible. Of course, the materials and living creatures used to achieve this were the unique methods of each fiend refinement master. No one would teach it to others. The demon refiner was naturally in existence that could almost be comparable to the alchemist in the demon continent. The higher the grade of the devil bead, the heavier it was, and the more difficult it was to expel the devil qi. The higher the grade of the devil bead, the worse the purification effect. Even the most advanced fiend refiner could not purify the 9th grade devil bead to the 1st class level. The limit was 2 or 6 9th grade. A better one had never appeared. It was a legendary thing. After the shopkeeper said so much, Yang Chen finally understood some common sense of the devil bead. It seemed that the golden demonic bead that he had made this time was an incredible thing. The higher the grade of the devil bead, the higher the cultivation base required to take it. After all, the demonic qi has not been removed and purified, and the greater the impact on the cultivator. Unless it was a last resort, cultivators would not swallow the devil bead that they were not sure to subdue. Of course, there were also risks. As long as they successfully survived the heart demons, there would naturally be many benefits. Not to mention the crazy improvement of the cultivation base, the state of mind would also have a very strong advancement. This was also one of the reasons why all the people who left the demon continent alive were supermasters. The pure golden devil bead meant that there was no demonic chi at all. After taking it, there would be no side effects of simply increasing the cultivation base. Was there anything more attractive to cultivators than improving the cultivation base without any risk? This golden devil bead, I have never seen it before. The shopkeeper held the devil bead tightly, and his eyes couldn't help but show an incredible light. He looked at Yang Chen a few times and finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Little friend, forgive me for being presumptuous. This devil bead, which fiend refiner did you find?" A senior fiend refiner who could completely purify the devil bead was simply an inexhaustible gold mountain for these shopkeepers who did the devil bead business. Which shopkeeper could resist this temptation? If such a person could be mastered in his own hands. No, it couldn't be said to be mastered. As long as he cooperated, he could earn a sea of wealth. And with such a fiend refiner, would he be afraid that his cultivation base wouldn't break through? Even if his state of mind couldn't be raised for the time being, he could break through any realm just by relying on the crazy spiritual power. Such a fiend refiner could simply detonate the entire demon continent. Seeing Yang Chen hesitating, the shopkeeper also knew that he had asked presumptuously and hurriedly apologized. This kind of exclusive resource, if it was the shopkeeper himself, it would not be easy to tell others. It was normal for Yang Chen to have such a reaction. "I am presumptuous. Please forgive me." The shopkeeper's attitude was very upright, and immediately there was a series of low posture, and then he said in a negotiating tone, "Little friend, this devil bead, can you auction it in the name of my shop? Don't worry, all the formalities fees will be borne by my shop." Such a small bead, which was at best in the 9th grade, was also going to be auctioned? Yang Chen was still a newcomer after all, and he never intended to use the devil bead to improve his cultivation base, so he didn't feel very deep. But the shopkeeper was so enthusiastic and so urgent, Yang Chen couldn't help but want to know what the market price of such a devil bead was. "That's fine." Yang Chen nodded and directly made a condition to the shopkeeper, "But this auction, I would like to see what good things there are." This was almost a request. How could the shopkeeper not agree? He was almost worshipping Yang Chen like an ancestor. Under the great joy, he hurriedly arranged the auction. While Yang Chen was waiting, he was also looking forward to it. If this devil bead could be sold for a good price, then what kind of madness would the one in the Chinquan bag cause? Chapter 1008. This gathering point was not big because it was close to the periphery of the gathering point, so it was usually a place where some masters of the Jiedan and Yuanying stage came to rest. The masters of the Deshang stage, Yang Chen has basically not seen them. Almost all the people in the demon continent had a common attribute, that was, they were tough and they were full of killing intent. Even if they were not of this nature before, after staying here for a period of time, they would become like this. Yang Chen was an exception from the appearance. Others could not see how strong Yang Chen was. After the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, reached the 4th layer, there was no longer the daunting body shape that he used to have. There was no killing intent around him. If it was not a master who had already controlled it freely, then it was a rookie who had just arrived. However, there was one kind of person who would not show killing intent. That was the demon refiner. The demon refiner did not need to work hard outside to get the devilish bead, so there was no need to go into the depths of the demon continent to kill. Now Yang Chen's performance was that of a skilled demon refiner. No one would doubt it. At least now the shopkeeper of this shop, called Intentionless Hall, had no doubts at all. Just kidding. A person who could take out a pure golden superclass devilish bead was not a demon refiner. The auction did not take too long to prepare. Just one day later it was ready. In fact, there was no such thing as preparation. The auction would be held every few days. Anyone only needed to hand over the things to be auctioned to the auction house on time and wait for it to be held. Yang Chen had a good time this time. There was an auction the next day. The demon continent was not like the ordinary Dao sect auction, where the identities of all guests were kept secret, and everyone had an outer robe that isolated the exploration of spiritual awareness. In fact, everyone probably prepared such a thing for themselves, but most people gave up using it. What was the purpose of coming to the demon continent? In order to gain experience in the killing, in order to feel in the line of life and death. If you even participate in an auction and don't dare to show your face, what was the point of learning? The night before the auction, Yang Chen got a list of the auction items. There were not many things inside, just a dozen or so. There were some refining materials, some vitality recovery pills, and a few defensive magic weapons. Yang Chen was not interested in any of these. What he was interested in were the few high-grade devil beads that had not been processed. The smallest one was mid-grade 5, and the largest one was upper-grade 4. In addition, there was the mediocre devil bead that Yang Chen had provided. Yang Chen could naturally use the unprocessed demonic bead to continue absorbing demonic qi. It must be known that the demonic bead that had been condensed by the demonic beasts was much denser than the normal demonic qi. It was just right for Yang Chen to use. There weren't many people participating in the auction, but basically everyone who could come to this gathering point had come. Apart from those merchants, the people who came to the gathering point were basically here to rest or comprehend. They would not miss such an opportunity. Not to mention anything else, the life-saving magic treasures that were auctioned were the most popular. Wandering on the demon continent, who knows when you will encounter a fatal crisis? If there was a magic weapon that could save your life at a critical moment, you could fight for a chance of survival for yourself. After surviving on the edge of life and death, without exception, their cultivation base and state of mind would be greatly improved. Therefore, these defensive magic weapons were treasures that countless people fought for. Yang Chen didn't know if his super-class devil bead would cause a fight, so he must enter the auction house to see. The common currency on the demon continent was still spirit stones. In addition to being able to buy various things, spirit stones were also a necessity in the demon continent. When necessary, when the spiritual power was exhausted and there were strong enemies around, it was necessary to use spirit stones to quickly replenish the exhausted spiritual power. Yang Chen was sitting with the shopkeeper of the intentionless hall. There were almost 100 people entering the auction hall. There were all kinds of demons and monsters. Everyone didn't care about the identity of the people around them. They just paid attention to what they needed. There were several kinds of spirit pills that came up, and everyone didn't compete fiercely. They were all healing medicinal pills, which were not so powerful, but the closing price was still beyond the expectations of Yang Chen. Compared with the Dao sects, it was several times more expensive. After the spirit pills, it was the real war of grabbing. A protective belt that could defend against a blow from an early Desheng stage master, and could also self-destruct at the last moment to kill the enemy, became the focus of everyone's competition. 90 gene of middle-grade spirit stones. 95 gene of middle-grade spirit stones. 1 gene of upper-grade spirit stones. 1 gene of upper-grade spirit stones. 4 gene of upper-grade spirit stones deal. In Yang Chen's view, the Dao sect side was at best a transaction price of 1.5 gene of upper-grade spirit stones, and now it had increased by more than 3 times. That belt was really not good, not to mention the rough workmanship. It was claimed to be able to withstand a blow from an early Desheng stage master. But in fact, as long as it was a blow from the Yuanying stage, the belt would self-destruct. The only commendable thing was that the materials used were good, but to make it to this level, if Gao Yu knew it, she would definitely scold this refiner for wasting materials. Why is the level of refining here like this? Yang Chen asked the shopkeeper next to him with some puzzlement. However, before waiting for the shopkeeper to answer, a monster cultivator on the other side of the shopkeeper heard Yang Chen's question and directly turned his head to answer Yang Chen for the shopkeeper. Are you new here? Here to gain experience. If you always think about relying on the sharpness of magic weapons, what is the point of gaining experience? At the critical moment, you can block a blow and earn a chance to escape. There is no need to be so good. This answer made Yang Chen couldn't help but nod. It seemed that these people really came to the demon continent to gain experience, not like the young master of the trapped Dragon Valley. The auction continued. After several similar magic weapons, it was soon the turn of the pure golden devilish bead provided by Yang Chen. This made Yang Chen very surprised. He thought that his pillar would be used as the finale goods. He didn't expect it to be so close to the front, and it was taken out in the middle of the auction. The 9th grade devilish bead, a pure golden devilish bead without any demonic energy at all. The starting price, 2 gene of upper grade spirit stones. As always, the auction host on the stage introduced it in his bewitching tone, and then waited for everyone to bid. Unexpectedly, no one made a bid. No one said a word, and the whole place was silent. Yang Chen didn't know what happened. He turned his head to look at the shopkeeper, waiting for his explanation. Is this thing real or not? I want to see it up close. Finally, someone said this. Chapter 1009. It turned out that someone was worried that the thing was fake. Yang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and waited quietly. This was too normal. He had never heard of such a thing appearing. It was natural for someone to doubt it. When one person spoke, others immediately followed suit. Basically, everyone's request was the same, which was to observe and identify it at a close distance. Generally speaking, it was taboo for the auction house for customers to doubt the credibility of the auction house. However, the host of the auction house didn't care at all. He waved his hand and said, "This thing is really a bit incredible. We didn't believe it at first, but after a few experts saw it, they all said that it was true, so we decided to auction it." Perhaps it was because everything was simple in this place. The auction house was so straightforward that Yang Chen, who was participating for the first time, was not used to it. Since everyone wants to see it, it doesn't matter. However, it's not appropriate for everyone to see it. Let's nominate a few representatives and go to the front to have a look together. The host quickly explained and gave a solution. The group of people moved very quickly. Immediately, a few people were pushed forward and entered the small formation where the demonic, baleful bead was placed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they turned it over and over several times. Some even picked it up and smelled it. It looks real. After several experts looked at it, they all gave the same conclusion. This thing looks fake, but it's useless. The last expert, who looked like a Tao sect disciple, did not forget to comment after giving the conclusion. There is no trace of demonic qi left, and it has lost the meaning of experience. It's not very useful. These words made Yang Chen look at him in a different light. It seemed that he still underestimated the people in this world. He thought that such things would be crazy for people, but now the words of this expert made Yang Chen admire him. There were people everywhere who understood that one shouldn't take themselves too seriously. This was the realization in Yang Chen's heart when he heard these words. He originally thought that Yang Chen's own use of demonic qi to temper his inner demons was original, but he didn't expect that many people here had the same idea. It seemed that this thing didn't have much of a market. Don't be so noisy if you don't want it. As soon as the Tao sect's disciple finished speaking, someone immediately retorted. Yang Chen was taken aback. When he looked over, he saw that it was a devil cultivator who exuded a strange aura. As soon as he said this, Yang Chen immediately understood. Although Tao cultivators and demonic cultivators were said to reach the same goal by different means, the process of cultivation was vastly different. The Tao sect focused on building a foundation and progressing step by step, while the demon sect took a different path and took advantage of the situation. Therefore, in the end, the disciples of the Tao sect could just cultivate step by step, but the disciples of the demon sect would often have mental demons. This kind of demonic baleful bead without any demonic chi could be said to purely increase one's cultivation without any other side effects. Just as that Tao sect disciple had said, there was only a simple increase in strength without the tempering of the inner demons. To them, it was not very meaningful. However, it was very different for demonic cultivators. A demonic baleful bead that purely increased one's spiritual power cultivation without any demonic chi was simply the favorite of demonic cultivators. Was there anything more wonderful than this? Not only demonic cultivators, in fact, there were also people in the Tao sect and the demon clan who wanted to reap without sowing. It was not a bad thing to increase one's cultivation. Unfortunately, it's a little too small. The demonic cultivator who refuted the Tao sect disciple was the first to bid. After muttering, he directly gave a price: 2 caddies of upper-grade spirit stones. 2 caddies of upper-grade spirit stones. Someone immediately followed without showing any weakness. 2 caddies of upper-grade spirit stones. The price here was still increasing by 1 caddy of upper-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper over there whispered to Yang Qin, "A normal second-rate, demonic, baleful bead of middle-grade spirit stones is only 1 caddy. This price is already a lot higher. Unfortunately, it's too small. 3 caddies. Is there a higher price? 3 caddies of upper-grade spirit stones." The host shouted loudly here, stirring up the emotions of the people in the audience. Unfortunately, at this price, it was already 3 times higher than a normal demonic pearl. It was just 1 demonic pearl among the 9 grades, and just as the shopkeeper had said, it was too small. At most, it could only increase the user's cultivation by 5 years, and it was not worth everyone competing for it on a large scale. Yang Qin also understood this defect, but he was not discouraged. This was just a demonic, baleful bead of the middle-grade spirit stones, wasn't it? The rest of the demonic, baleful beads could be bought and then processed. He believed that if they were sold again, it would definitely be a jaw-dropping high price. As for the demonic, baleful bead of the size of a human head in the Qiankuan bag, Yang Chen did not think that the cultivators in this gathering point could afford it. Perhaps he had to go deeper into the gathering point and enter the place where the masters of the Deshang stage gathered. Only then could people afford it. At this moment, the small demonic baleful bead for Yang Chen was just a tool to test the market reaction. Success was gratifying, failure was also gratifying. Now it seemed that the effect was not bad, at least there were people competing for it. The next auction was the second-rate 5th and 4th grade demonic baleful beads. This time, Yang Chen also joined the competition. The 5th and 4th grade demonic baleful bead was enough to improve people's cultivation base for dozens to 100 years. Even if there was a little bit of demonic energy, it was enough to make people go bankrupt to compete for it. Maybe with such a demonic baleful bead, someone could break through the bottleneck and enter the peak Yuanying stage or even the Deshang stage. Compared with this great improvement in the realm, a trivial spirit stone was simply not worth mentioning. It's just that the guys who participated in this auction were doomed to tragedy. In front of Yang Qin, a super rich man with a lot of spirit stones, the 4 demonic baleful beads, were all collected by Yang Qin with a kind of momentum of swallowing the world. The fierceness of the momentum and the fierceness of the price made the shopkeeper sitting next to him very surprised. Even if the intentionless hall specialized in the demonic baleful bead business, there was only a first-class upper 5th grade demonic baleful bead which was already the treasure of the shop. On weekdays, the business of the demonic baleful bead was mostly done with the 9th, 8th, and 7th grade demonic baleful bead. In this area, there was no better demonic baleful bead. Even if there was, it would be taken to the gathering points deeper in the demon continent to be sold. Moreover, at this level, the 5th and 4th grade demonic baleful bead was no longer retail at all. Almost all of them were used for auction. At the beginning, the shopkeeper thought that Yang Chen was just a poor newcomer and sold the demonic baleful bead in exchange for some spirit stones. Only now did he know that he just wanted to understand the market. The spirit stones that Yang Qin used to buy these 4 demonic, baleful beads were enough to buy the entire intentionless hull. Looking at Yang Chen's appearance, he couldn't see that he was a rich man at all. It was really infuriating. Chapter 1010. However, the shopkeeper was slightly indifferent to Yang Chen's fierce approach to the auction. This was not the territory of the Dao sections. Yang Chen's purchase like this would only give people the feeling that he was a fool with too much money. It could be said that there was no good man or woman in the demon continent. This kind of wealth exposure would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. The pure gold devilish bead just now is too small. Wait for me to dispose of these beads and have another auction. The shopkeeper's worry had not yet been relieved, and he heard Yang Chen's words over there. These words directly detonated the entire auction hall, turning the 4th and 5th grade devilish bead into a pure gold devilish bead. Boom! Countless people's exclamations sounded directly, even if almost all of the people present were already highly respected Yuanying stage ancestors. The 4th and 5th grade pure gold devilish bead, simply increasing the spiritual power cultivation base by tens of years to hundreds of years, without any side effects, without any demonic energy influence. Is this possible? Everyone was a master. Although Yang Chen's voice was not high, they would not be mistaken. The problem was that this sentence simply subverted everyone's cognition. After the exclamation, all of them looked at Yang Chen with a horrified gaze. He is a magic refiner, someone said in a low voice, and everyone suddenly woke up like a dream. When they looked at Yang Chen again, there was no longer the greed just now, but a layer of fear and respect. The shopkeeper was relieved for a long time. Yang Chen had the identity of a magic refiner, and his safety on the demon continent was absolutely guaranteed. In addition, he could completely refine the devilish bead into pure gold, which was a layer of 100% insurance. No one was willing to risk being besieged by the cultivators of the entire demon continent to offend such a magic refiner. It seemed that the pure gold devilish bead just now was simply pushed out by this magic refiner to see the market reaction. Of course, it was not ruled out the possibility that the magic refiner had not obtained more devilish beads so far. In this way, the purpose of Yang Chen's purchase of high-grade devilish beads was already very clear. After all, it was obvious that Yang Chen was a newbie. He had just arrived, so it was very possible that he could not find the demonic bead. Furthermore, he was at the early nascent soul stage, so he definitely wouldn't be able to find anything good in the outermost area. Therefore, he could only buy them at the auction. Earlier, Yang Chen's words were very clear. After this batch of baleful beads was dealt with, they would be auctioned again. Didn't that mean that everyone present here had a chance to obtain a 4th or 5th grade pure gold baleful bead? Decades and hundreds of years of bitter cultivation could be obtained in a single night. How crazy was that? Everyone wished that the auction would start right away so that everyone could bid to their heart's content. Unfortunately, Yang Chen still had to go back to deal with it. Everyone understood that the fiend refiners would not be able to deal with the demonic, baleful bead in a short period of time. It just so happened that they could go out and raise some spirit stones during this period of time. Master, what kind of materials do you need? We have them. Please feel free to use them. Immediately, a quick-witted guy started to curry favor with them. Yang Chen had already used a 9th grade baleful bead to prove that he had the ability to completely purify it. Naturally, the closer the relationship with Yang Chen, the better it was. This voice almost reminded everyone. Everyone opened their mouths one after another, and they all had the same content. If Yang Chen had any needs, he could just order them to do it. If he wanted something, everyone would definitely gather it immediately. The purpose was naturally to get closer to Yang Chen. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, the shopkeeper immediately became anxious and hurriedly shouted, "I have already taken care of the master's needs. Don't worry. Let's wait for the master's next auction." Yang Chen did come with the shopkeeper of the intentionless hall, and the baleful bead was also auctioned in the name of the intentionless Hull. The shopkeeper said so, but it made many people give up their thoughts. Everyone was only concerned about when the next auction would be held. After a month, there will be at least 1/5 grade baleful bead here for auction. Yang Qin had to wait here for the women to reunite anyway, so he directly gave a deadline. During this time, it was also convenient for these people to raise spirit stones. Everyone hurriedly left and prepared everywhere. It must be known that Yang Qin did not only have 1/5 grade baleful bead. He also had a few 4th grade ones. Even if there was only one auction after a month, there would be more later. It was just right to take advantage of this time. Firstly, it was to raise spirit stones. Secondly, if he had no hope, he could also inform some promising masters to come. Even if he couldn't buy it himself, if he gave this kind of information to some supermasters, it would not be a big or small favor. He might be able to use it in the future, so why not? Almost no one here was a fool. Everyone immediately went about their own business. Soon, the auction house became empty. On the other hand, the host of the auction house had a face of excitement. He came forward and bowed to Yang Qin. "Thank you, master." The auction house was sincerely grateful. Yang Qin not only chose to auction, but the key was to choose to auction it in their place. It was simply a pie falling from the sky for them. In the future, this auction house might become stronger. How could the auction house not be ecstatic? Even if Yang Chen was only here for a short period of time, it was also a good opportunity for the auction house. It must be known that there would never be real masters coming to this kind of gathering place in the periphery. If this time was done properly, they would definitely be able to have a relationship with some big shots. The benefits for future development were self-evident. Yang Qin did not care about these trivial matters. He directly returned to the room he had booked and went into seclusion. In the gathering place, no one was allowed to fight, no matter what the reason was. Once a fight was started, the first to start would be attacked by the crowd. If there was any grudge that needed to be settled, they could go out of the gathering place and find a place to settle it. However, killing was not allowed in the gathering place. Moreover, with Yang Chen's current identity as a devil refiner, no one dared to disrespect Yang Chen. His residence was being watched almost all the time. Who didn't have eyes and wanted to make a move? In addition to being killed immediately as a gift to Yang Chen, there would be no other end. Everyone was waiting for the next auction to be held. It had not been a month yet, but this small gathering place on the edge had begun to have a lot of popularity. Some Deshang stage masters who usually would not appear here had also arrived here in person, making the atmosphere of the gathering place warm up. In the midst of everyone's expectations, Yang Chen's retreat finally opened on the 27th day, and Yang Chen appeared in front of everyone with a tired face. "I got 2. In the face of the auction house manager, Yang Chen just said one sentence and threw 2 pure golden, devilish beads to him. "I want to take a break." Chapter 10:11. Yang Chen was not afraid that the auction house would embezzle his 2 devilish beads. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, who would dare? Even if it was taken on the spot, it was impossible to increase 100 years of cultivation on the spot. It would definitely be swarmed by people. Moreover, what the owner of the auction house cared about was not just these years of cultivation base, but the reputation of the auction house. Don't look at the lawlessness of the demon continent, but if you mess around in the gathering point, you will definitely die. 1 upper 5th grade, 1 lower 4th grade. The owner of the auction house was also straightforward enough. When he got the devilish bead, he immediately identified the grade. In fact, it was already known at the last auction, but the announcement in the middle could still attract a lot of attention, especially the last sentence he announced. All of them are pure gold. They are top-notch demonic baleful beads. Boom! The people who were waiting anxiously at the gathering point finally made an excited sound. Even those who were not at the scene but had been paying attention to the situation here with their spiritual awareness showed a knowing smile in their respective rooms. The attention of the big shots did not last too long on the devilish bead, and soon turned to Yang Chen. A magic refiner who could completely purify the devilish bead was a worthy target for anyone. Not to mention the demon sect disciples and the monster race. They needed this kind of thing to improve their cultivation base without any risk. Even if it was a Tao sect disciple who wouldn't be willing to increase their cultivation base by dozens or hundreds of years for no reason. On the demon continent, establishing a friendly relationship with such a magic refiner meant that as long as they had a 4th or 5th grade devilish bead, they could improve their cultivation base by 100 years. 100 years of cultivation base was enough for those masters of the early Deshang stage to enter the middle Deshang stage. Not to mention those masters who have reached the peak Yuanying stage, even if there is no improvement in their state of mind. Just the skyrocketing of their spiritual power cultivation base was enough to cross the Deshang stage. All the masters of the Yuanying stage in the gathering point were warned, and it was a warning from several Deshang stage masters. No matter where they were in the demon continent, whoever dared to go against this magic refiner would be strangled by several masters. Everyone here was looking forward to the auction being held as scheduled, but over there, Yang Qin began to be a little anxious. Why haven't his wives arrived yet? According to the time, it should be about time. Did something happen? With regards to the cultivation of the 4 women, Yang Qin was quite assured. If they just wandered around the periphery, there would not be a problem. Demonic beasts similar to the demonic vine were also unique. Yang Qin did not believe that he would encounter another one within the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. In this 1 month's time, it was said to be purifying the demonic, baleful bead. But in reality, it only took a few days to truly absorb the demonic qi. Most of the time, Yang Qin tempered his state of mind with his inner demons. Inner demons did not only affect negative emotions. When accumulated to a certain extent, even positive emotions could be induced into inner demons. The most typical example was overconfidence. Overconfidence turned into blind confidence, which then produced a series of adverse effects. Yang Qin had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Speaking of which, it was related to the experience of his previous life. How could Yang Qin have self-confidence when he was chased by the Taishamen and then controlled by them? It was nothing more than a step-by-step process. Then, that guy from the Mysterious Heavens sect didn't want Yang Qin to die early, so he helped him break through some bottleneck. In terms of true mental cultivation, Yang Qin in his previous life was at most at the peak of the heaven immortal level. In this life, Yang Qin obviously did not realize this until these emotions appeared. In Yang Qin's understanding, negative emotions were very easy to create inner demons, but he never thought that positive emotions would also be the same. During this month, Yang Qin experienced at least 3 such situations, and each time he narrowly avoided them. However, this kind of tempering benefited Yang Qin a lot. He felt that his mental cultivation had improved a lot, and he finally had a correct understanding of some things that he could not understand before. This also made Yang Qin more understand why those people in the heavenly court would still have banquets and gatherings from time to time instead of cultivating hard. Originally, Yang Qin thought that the cultivation of a combination of work and rest was the right way, but now he understood how one-sided it was. Of course, the combination of work and rest was good, but the real reason was the correct guidance of desire. Everything in the world has its own desires. Generally speaking, acting according to instinct is basically normal behavior. Human beings are a little more complicated and have a lot more morals and ethics, but some normal needs do not necessarily have to be abandoned. When it is time to release it. This is the real way of cultivation. On the day before the auction was held, Yang Qin finally saw the figure of Shi Shanshan. She, wearing a veil, appeared in the gathering point with a fierce, murderous aura. Many people in the demon continent had such a situation. Everyone's mind was attracted by the devilish bead to be auctioned, and they would not pay attention to a woman whose face could not be seen clearly. To be honest, who survived in the demon continent, was there a guy who didn't want to live when he saw a woman? Even if he paid attention, he only regarded her as an opponent, not a woman who wanted to hit on. Especially after Shi Shanshan entered Yang Chen's room. No one dared to hit on Shi Shanshan, who dared to touch the woman that the mysterious alchemist Master Yang had taken a fancy to. Yang Chen was very strange. Shi Shanshan arrived at the gathering point at the right time, which was conceivable. But why hadn't Gao Yugong Sunling and Sun Qingxue arrived yet? Although he was not very worried about their safety, he was still afraid that something would happen to them. Why are you only here now? Yang Chen was naturally happy to see Shi Shanshan. Because of his successful realization, he was also extraordinarily gentle to Shi Shanshan and did not hide his feelings of missing Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan was the first to come back, facing Yang Chen alone. Seeing that Yang Chen was so concerned, her heart was equally sweet. It seemed that even the murderous intent on her body had been forgotten in the back of her mind. The cold and elegant cold plum fairy, so comfortably curled up in Yang Chen's arms, as if she was Yang Chen's little tabby cat. If others saw it, they would definitely be shocked and drop their jaws. Yang Chen hugged his wife while telling her about his experience during this period of time. When she heard that Yang Chen could completely purify the devilish bead, even Shi Shanshan, who was used to seeing Yang Chen's miracles, couldn't help but express shock again. Similarly, Shi Shanshan curled up in Yang Chen's arms, enjoying the best fragrant tea with great comfort, and told Yang Chen about her harvest in detail this year. While Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan were enjoying the rare time alone, the auction house had been turned upside down. Chapter 10:12. For the auction of the demonic bead, Yang Chen didn't care anymore. Anyway, it was just spirit stones he had seen at a lot. And with a beautiful woman in his arms, who would be interested in those worldly possessions, Yang Chen didn't care. But didn't mean that other people didn't care. People who came to the demon continent to gain experience, Yang Chen didn't know about other places. But the Dao sects were clear about it. They were all guys who basically didn't have a day in the sect. They relied on coming here to work hard in exchange for a little bit of cultivation capital. Everyone's aptitude was not very good. This 5th and 4th grade demonic bead could improve their cultivation base for decades or even hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Where could they find a supplement if their aptitude was not good? Wasn't it from time? This would save 100 years of hard work. Who wouldn't be happy? Just at the scene of the auction hall, there were 7 Deshang stage masters and dozens of peak Yuanying stage masters. This was because the news had not spread further in a month. Otherwise, the lineup would definitely be stronger than this. The people at the auction also knew what was good and bad. They did not arrange anything else and went straight to the subject. These guys were all murderers, who knew if they would wait impatiently until the end, it was better to meet their needs. As soon as they came up, the auction entered a climax. 5th grade demonic bead, superb, pure gold, starting price of 80 gene of upper grade spirit stones. Each bid increase shall not be less than 1 gene of upper grade spirit stones. Start! 100 gene. Immediately, someone directly raised the price to another level. However, although in terms of value, 100 gene of upper-grade spirit stones and 1 gene of top-grade spirit stones were equivalent, not everyone had top-grade spirit stones. Everyone was still accustomed to using upper-grade spirit stones to calculate the price. 120 gene, 125 gene, 130 gene. Everyone's default was to use upper-grade spirit stones as a unit of quotation, and the price quoted was basically increased by 5 gene of upper-grade spirit stones, and soon it reached 180 gene of upper-grade spirit stones. At this point, even those masters of the Deshang stage seemed to have begun to calculate the spirit stones in their pockets. An increase in the price was reduced to 1 gene. 181 gene, 182 gene. 180 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 1.5 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. If you look at it from the perspective of supplementing spiritual power, This 1 gene 8 taels of the best quality spirit stone was enough for a master of the early Deshang stage to use for decades, almost the same as the improvement of the cultivation base. The problem was that raising one's cultivation level was to raise the upper limit of one's cultivation level, while replenishing one's spiritual power was only to replenish one's current cultivation level. The two were absolutely incomparable. At this time, the bidding speed had slowed down a lot. Under normal circumstances, the host of the auction house would try his best to stir up the emotions of the bidders and let them join in the bidding process. This was the usual practice of the auction house. However, in the face of so many great masters today, even if the host of the auction was also a Yuanying stage ancestor, he did not dare to say anything at this time. Stirring up emotions? What a joke! Didn't they see that the faces of the masters of the Deshang stage had already turned black? Wasn't provoking their emotions the same as courting death? Most of the nascent soul grand ancestors in the auction hall became spectators. This price, even if they exhausted their wealth, they couldn't come up with it. They could only watch a few masters and rich people bid there. Several masters of the Deshang stage were muttering words in their mouths, but none of the people around them could hear what they were saying. In the ears of the masters of the Deshang stage, who could not be noticed by others, there were constant arguments of several bidders. This old man has been trapped in this realm for more than 200 years. This bead must be won. If you give it up, this old man will be grateful. The next one you have to pay attention to. You old man, you lack cultivation base. I also lack cultivation base. Why should I give it to you? This old man has a top-grade material in his hands. If you are willing, this old man is willing to give you a reward. All kinds of secret operations were done, and on the table it was still increasing by 1 gene. When the time was almost up, 1 gene was added to ensure that there was no deal. The invisible transaction finally had a result, and the price of the auction house was also handed over to 206 gene of high-grade spirit stones. This upper 5th grade devilish bead was finally sold and fell into the hands of a master of the Deshang stage of the demonic path. The spirit stones were delivered on the spot, and the goods were also delivered on the spot. The demonic cultivator who got the devilish bead, without saying anything, directly swallowed the upper 5th grade devilish bead into his mouth. After chewing it, he swallowed it into his stomach. This move was not surprising at all. Most of the people who bought the devilish bead dealt with it in this way, directly eliminating any thoughts that wanted to buy the devilish bead. There were also people like Yang Qin, but they were usually devil refiners and no one would have any ideas on them. Before the second devilish bead was auctioned, everyone also wanted to see if this upper 5th grade devilish bead had any effect. So a certain master directly spoke to the host of the auction house, and then the whole auction was suspended. Everyone looked at the master, who swallowed the devilish bead. The gathering point was strictly forbidden to fight. Even if there was an irreconcilable hatred, it was not allowed to use force here. The master was very relieved to swallow the devilish bead, and then, regardless of who was around him, he began to close his eyes and refine the devilish bead. An invisible power was emitted from the master, who was sitting cross-legged, and directly forced the people around him to take a few steps back. Then everyone felt that his aura was soaring all the way, almost without stopping. This soaring aura lasted for a full 2 hours. During these 2 hours, whether it was the Yuanying stage ancestors or the masters of the Deshang stage, all of them were silently staring at him. Whether the high-grade devilish bead had any effect after being completely purified, this guy was the best touchstone. The reason why other masters would give this devilish bead to him, in addition to the many benefits he promised, was also to observe with this purpose. If they wanted to completely purify the devilish bead, as long as they kept an eye on Yangqin, would they be afraid? In fact, which of these masters did not have a few high-grade devilish beads in their hands? It was just that they were afraid that the devilish qi contained in it would hurt people, so they had never dared to use it. If it really worked, they would rather pay a high price to ask Yangqin to purify their devilish bead for them. After the master's aura soared to the apex, it finally stopped. Then the master, who was sitting cross-legged, just gave a low shout and stopped. Although there was no other performance, the changes that took place in his body were enough for everyone to judge whether the devilish bead was effective. In just such a short time, the somewhat old master became a lot younger. Although he still had white hair, he already looked 100 times more energetic. Chapter 10:13. Needless to say, this was the effect of the devilish bead. Adding dozens of years of cultivation would naturally be beneficial to the body. The reason why the old fellow was so anxious to get one was that he had been trapped in this realm for a long time and could not break through, and his body began to age slowly. There was no way to stop this change. The only hope was to break through the bottleneck and improve his cultivation base. His situation, several masters of the same Deshang stage could almost guess it. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that the devilish bead had played a decisive role. What are you waiting for? The second one. Another master of the Deshang stage immediately urged. The second devilish bead was quickly put up. This time it was a 4th grade devilish bead, which was heavier than the previous one. Although it was only a difference of 1 cent, the grade was higher. This was a devilish bead, which could improve one's cultivation base by 100 years. 4th grade devilish bead, super pure gold. The host of the auction house did not dare to neglect, and quickly said these words. However, before he finished, someone had already interrupted his introduction and directly offered a price, 250 pounds of high-grade spirit stones. 270 pounds. 270 pounds. A group of people did not pay attention to the host and competed to bid. The host on the stage gave a dry smile, closed his mouth, and then quietly waited for the bidding to be in a stalemate. At that time, it would be time for him to announce the first and second times and the deal. The competition soon became white-hot, and the master who got the first devilish bead in front seemed to be very trustworthy. He did not bid on this devilish bead. He just closed his eyes slightly, listening to the movements around him, and at the same time experiencing the new changes in his body. The sudden increase of decades of cultivation base was naturally not used to it. Normally, it took decades of cultivation to be able to improve. Now that it was obtained, it was normal to not be used to it. At the beginning of the first one, only the masters of the Deshang stage bid. The Yuanying stage masters and the other auction halls basically did not make much of a move. But now the situation was different. Everyone really saw the effect of the devilish bead, and all the people who had the financial resources competed to bid. 300 pounds. Finally, the price broke through the price of 300 pounds of high-grade spirit stones, which was the price of 3 pounds of top-grade spirit stones. But the competition continued and still did not stop. 305 pounds. 308 pounds. 310 pounds. The price slowly rose under the increase of 3 to 5 caddies, and it seemed to be reaching its peak. It was about to reach this number. Suddenly, something strange happened. 150 kilograms. A resolute voice rang out, entering everyone's ears. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the owner of the voice. The one who made the bid was a shopkeeper who owned a shop in this gathering point. He was usually stingy and loved money as much as his life. At this time he suddenly made a bid which was really shocking, suddenly adding dozens of pounds of high-grade spirit stones. Even those masters of the Deshang stage could not help but start to ponder. It was a good thing that his cultivation had improved, but it was useless if he did not have so many spirit stones on hand. Everyone usually focused on cultivation, so why would they care about how much wealth they had accumulated? This auction would be settled on the spot. Without spirit stones, there would be no demonic, baleful bead. Borrowing from others on the spot? Who would be willing to use their life savings to help others improve their cultivation? This was the demon continent. If the other party made up his mind not to return it and directly killed him, wouldn't it be digging his own grave? For a while, no one bid again, and the auction hall was silent for a while. The host of the auction house finally refreshed his spirit, and it was his turn to appear. 150 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones once. 150 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones twice. 150 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones sold. In the angry eyes of several masters of the Deshang stage, the shopkeeper who successfully bought the demonic, baleful bead handed over the spirit stones and the demonic, baleful bead with a cold face. Just like the master of the Deshang stage just now, he quickly swallowed the demonic, baleful bead and sat on the ground to refine it. Everyone didn't leave. They all wanted to see what effect the shopkeeper would have after taking it. Soon everyone noticed a fact that the shopkeeper had reached the peak yuaning stage and was trapped in this bottleneck for a long time. Later, he could only open a small shop in the gathering point. While operating, he felt the breakthrough. This time, it was estimated that in order to succeed in the breakthrough, he took out all the means of retreat, intending to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. They didn't have to wait for long. About 4 hours later, the shopkeeper opened his eyes. There was no need to ask the shopkeeper if it had any effect, because the tribulation clouds had begun to slowly condense in the sky at this moment. The shopkeeper screamed excitedly, then flew away from the auction house and went straight to the outside of the gathering point. The tribulation clouds condensed. It was about to cross the tribulation. It was forbidden to fight in the gathering point, and naturally it was forbidden to cross the tribulation. So the shopkeeper quickly rushed out. Only a moment after rushing out, the fire tribulation began to descend. When the yuaning stage master crossed the tribulation, only those masters of the Deshang stage dared to get close. The others were hundreds of feet away. The silent fire tribulation. After a few flashes in the sky, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and in the direction of the shopkeeper's tribulation, there was a strong and slightly familiar aura. It was the shopkeeper who bought the 4th grade demonic baleful bead. This situation could only explain one thing. The shopkeeper who crossed the tribulation had successfully passed the fire tribulation and was promoted to a master of the Deshang stage. After 2 consecutive masters took the demonic baleful bead, one was rejuvenated and the other was promoted to the Deshang stage. No matter which one, for those who wanted to know the effect of this pure golden demonic baleful bead, it was irresistible. The people in the gathering point almost instantly burned up. Such a powerful, demonic, baleful bead came from the more shocking, super demon, refiner Master Yang Rishing, Master Yang. The most important thing was that Master Yang was still in the gathering point, and there were 2 higher-grade, demonic, baleful beads in his hands, which were said to be auctioned. Those masters who had the demonic, baleful bead in their hands and had not been purified were even more happy. Of course, it was not as good as using their own. They only had to pay for the processing costs. At this time, it was natural to pay attention to Master Yang, pay attention to when the old man would organize the auction and when he would purchase the demonic, baleful bead. Everyone has more or less swallowed the low-grade, demonic, baleful bead, and naturally knew the risks of the demonic, baleful bead that contained the demonic qi. Now that Yang Chen could completely purify it, this kind of opportunity, how could everyone easily give up? Countless people began to guess the purification technique used by Yang Chen. What kind of method could make the demonic, baleful bead so pure? Chapter 1014. In theory, most people can think of Yang Chen's method of purifying the devilish bead. Unfortunately, being able to think of it does not mean that it can be done. The devil refiner absorbs the demonic energy, uses it to temper themselves, and then purifies the devilish bead. I don't know how many people have thought about it, and I don't know how many people have tried it, but except for Yang Chen, everyone else's result is only one word: miserable. Going berserk and becoming a lunatic was considered a light punishment. The result of most people doing this is losing control of their spiritual power and exploding to death. There were also a few who seemed to have a small breakthrough at the critical moment and even attracted the heavenly tribulation. But they couldn't completely suppress the demonic energy, so the result was that they were turned into ashes under the heavenly tribulation, leaving nothing behind. Over time, some smart people came up with the practice of using other living creatures to absorb the demonic energy, and it also received certain results. However, ordinary living creatures may not be able to withstand the invasion of the demonic energy, and the devil refiner needs to use various means to improve the purification effect of living creatures. Of course, the final outcome is that the living creature will definitely become a demonized monster and then be killed. This technique is also the common technique in the demon continent now. The difference is that each devil refiner uses living creatures and the means used to improve living creatures. The best devil refiner can reach the first-class level, but there is still a black line left. In the minds of the people of the demon continent, the demonic energy cannot be completely expelled. The devilish bead that Yang Qin took out simply subverted all people's cognition. For Yang Chen to be able to do this, he also had his unique conditions. First of all, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has reached the level of the second-grade human immortal, and he can completely suppress this level of demonic energy and control the speed and amount of absorption at any time. Second, Yang Qin has the memory of the great principal golden immortal. These 2 points are particularly important. Although the demonic energy is powerful, under these 2 points it can't cause any substantial harm to Yang Qin. Yang Qin can control the amount of demonic energy intake, and this alone has put himself firmly in an invincible position. Even if the demonic energy is powerful without enough concentration, it can't make Yang Qin have the crisis of cultivation deviation. All the emotional abnormalities caused by the devil qi could be quickly pacified by the cultivation of the state of mind of his previous life. Coupled with the cheat-like, heaven-defying secret art of the 3 purities secret art, the devil qi on the devilish bead could only become a tonic for Yang Qin. The commotion caused by the tribulation outside naturally woke up Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan, who were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Yang Qin walked out of the door and found a random person to understand what had happened. Since Grandmaster Yang had asked which bastard would dare to hide it from him. Moreover, this matter was related to Grandmaster Yang. Yang Chan was fine, but Shi Shanshan couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that it was her Longjuan's devilish bead that helped a master who had been trapped in the peak of Yuanying realm for a long time to cross the tribulation. Before the experiential learning, Yang Qin had sternly warned the 4 women not to use the demonic bead. The reason was very good. This kind of thing that was easy to come was far less suitable for themselves than their own cultivation. Now that someone was using the demonic bead to advance to the Deshang stage, Shi Shanshan couldn't help but be curious again and asked Yang Qin, "This demonic bead, we really don't want to use it? Can't you get rid of all the demonic energy? It's a medicine with 3 parts poison." Yang Qin directly used a popular saying among mortals to respond to Shi Shanshan's question. "Your aptitude is outstanding. There is no need to use such a means. Even if you don't use the demonic bead, your cultivation speed is much faster than them. Why do you have to use this kind of thing that will have big trouble in the future?" "There will be big trouble in the future?" Shi Shanshan frowned, as if a little skeptical of Yang Chen's words. "How do you know?" "I just know." Yang Chen pointed to his head, but didn't say another word. In his previous life, the masters of the demon continent who ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world were indeed very powerful warriors. However, when they cultivated to a higher realm, the golden immortal and great principal golden immortal, they had to spend thousands of years to adjust the increasingly mixed spiritual power. Saying that it was a big trouble was not enough to describe it. Of course, the benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. If it was not like this in the mortal world, maybe they would not even have the chance to enter the spiritual world and the immortal world. Everyone has their own aptitude. Everyone has their own way of cultivation, and it can't be forced. Yang Qin couldn't force others to cultivate according to his instructions, but he could influence his wives. Sure Shan also asked and never said that she would not listen to Yang Chen's instructions. However, after discovering that the devilish bead that Yang Chen had processed had such an effect, she couldn't help but be moved. She took out 4 devilish beads that were about the 6th grade or lower and handed them to Yang Chen. Deal with these 2. The spirit stones from the auction can be regarded as people's private money. Sure Shan did not shy away from saying the word private money and was not afraid that Yang Chen would be angry. In fact, Yang Chen never cared about this kind of thing. The 4 women had their own masters, and it was normal for them to have some good things from their relatives. On the contrary, his husband had not really given anything. He had given a lot of life source magic weapons and medicinal pills, but he had never given a simple currency like spirit stones. It's my mistake. Yang Chen immediately realized his mistake. It was normal to give his wife some key things, but he couldn't lack some little care. Giving them a batch of spirit stones so that they could freely choose some things they liked was also the obligation of a husband. The auction house did not let Yang Chen wait long. After deducting half of the usual handling fee, it was quickly sent to Yang Chen's hands. The total was more than 500 jin of high-grade spirit stones. Yang Chen directly took out 100 jin and gave it to Sure Shan. Your pocket money. Yang Chen smiled and divided the spirit stones into 5 parts, for 100 jin and 1 for the remaining. During this time, take it and use it first. Wait for me to buy a better devilish bead and sell it at a good price. The implication was that there would be more in the future. Suddenly, there were more than 100 jin of high-grade spirit stones. Sure Shan couldn't help but be happy. This was the value of a jin of top-grade spirit stones. Although the Green Jade Immortal Island was a big family, it had never been so generous. Her own husband, whether it was an alchemist master or a devil refiner, was always a rich profession. By the way, why are you the only one who has come back so far? Waiting until now, he didn't see the shadow of the other 3 women. Yang Chen, of course, thought of something, so he asked Sure Shan. He believed that Sure Shan must know the answer. Before we dispersed, we had agreed that everyone would take turns to accompany you. Sure Shan was not afraid that Yang Chen would know, and replied directly, I am the first. Elder sister is the last. Chapter 10:15. Yang Chen was still a little amused by the thoughts of the 4 women. It seemed that they all wanted to spend a period of time alone with Yang Chen and occupy Yang Chen alone. This made Yang Chen very proud. Everyone said 10 days, and naturally, there was no lack of lingering in these 10 days. In addition to intimacy, there was naturally no lack of double cultivation. Between the husband and wife, it was a real double cultivation from spiritual awareness to cultivation base. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year, and each had new insights. In just a few days, the cultivation effect was remarkable. Sure Shan was obviously still in a state where she couldn't control her murderous aura. This was a common state of newcomers who had just come to the demon continent, and it was also a very obvious sign of a newcomer. Did anyone provoke you? Yang Chen asked with a smile while talking to Sure Shan during a break in his cultivation. There are a few, seeing that my cultivation base is low, and I'm not familiar with it when I first came here, so I made a few moves. Sure Shan replied very casually, a few yuanying stage and 2 or 3 peak yuanying stage. As she spoke, Sure Shan's body reclined on a beauty couch that Yang Chen had specially made for her. Her jade body was exposed, and it was indescribably tempting. In addition, she had just been moisturized by Yang Chen, and that kind of unconcealable beauty was extremely tempting. Well, you should be careful in the future. Yang Chen didn't care who those guys were, and only told Sure Shan, don't you want to ask their results? Sure Shan couldn't help but want to show off a little, but Yang Chen didn't ask about the results, which made Sure Shan a little coquettish. You have come back safely. What happened to them? Do you still need to ask? Yang Chen replied with a smile. Women were like this. When facing their lover, their IQ seemed to be naturally reduced. Such a simple question. Shi Shanshan also wanted Yang Qin to give a reason. However, this could only mean one thing. In the eyes of Shi Shanshan, Yang Qin was very important. This was enough. What else could make Yang Qin happier than this? The cold plum fairy, whose name would shake the entire immortal world in the future, regarded him so highly. What else was there to be dissatisfied about? This state of killing intent exposure, it was estimated that it would last for a long time to disappear, until Shi Shanshan could control it perfectly. This process itself was a very good process of tempering one's state of mind. Yang Chen would never spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Some things were better to let nature take its course. When you can control your killing intent, I have something good for you. Demonic qi tempering was definitely a good thing that could not be obtained even if one wished for it. Of course, Yang Chen would not keep it to himself. He would definitely use it on his wife. Unfortunately, now was not the best time. They still needed to further strengthen their cultivation before they could proceed. In Yang Chen's place, the fatigue and tense nerves brought about by the crazy killing could be completely relaxed, and Shi Shanshan also experienced a rare few days of completely trusting life without the slightest offense. Everything was supported by Yang Qin. This feeling was really good. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Shi Shanshan and Yang Qin were very infatuated when they were together. She almost wanted to cling to Yang Qin and not leave, but when it was really time to separate, Shi Shanshan instantly returned to the cold plum fairy. She kissed Yang Chen lightly, put on her veil, turned around, and left without hesitation. Those who were paying attention to Yang Chen's gathering point were curious about the identity of Shi Shanshan. Some people also recognized that it was the woman who came to the demon continent with Yang Chen. She should be called Han Mei. But no one knew the specific origin of her sect. Of course, some people would quietly arrange it and let people secretly monitor the whereabouts of Shi Shanshan. But before deciding how to treat Yang Qin, no one would make a move on Shi Shanshan. And soon, everyone's attention was attracted by another thing. Yang Chen released 5 more devilish beads. This time, of the 5 devilish beads, one was in the lower 4th grade, and the other 4 were only in the lower 6th grade. But even so, it attracted the attention of countless people. The lower 4th grade was naturally the competition of those masters of the Deshang stage, or those who had been trapped in the peak Yuanying stage for many years after being promoted to the Deshang stage. The lower 6th grade, the masters would definitely not look at it, and it was naturally prepared for the poor people of the Yuanying stage. The Yuanying stage ancestor, in the domain of the Dao sects, was already enough to establish a sect and be the ancestor. In the past, there were only 8 Yuanying stage masters in the Chunyang Palace. In the demon continent, it could only be called a poor haha. There was no way there were too many masters, and there were also many rich people. The poor Yuanying stage ancestors, even if they wanted a high-grade devilish bead, they couldn't afford the price. The peak Yuanying stage master, who crossed his tribulation to Shang stage, was still doing business for many years to save up that fortune, and he invested it all at once. Relatively speaking, the lower 6th grade devilish bead, many people could afford this price. Originally, some people also wanted to find Yang Qin to discuss the purification of the devilish bead in their hands. But before they could find Yang Qin, another woman had already appeared in Yang Chen's room. It was Yang Chen's senior sister, Gong Sunling, who was known as Lu Yin to the outside world. When the beauty reunited, naturally no one would spoil the scenery. Everyone could only wait. Gong Sunling was also murderous. It couldn't be helped. The newcomers were all like this. Relatively speaking, in terms of safety among the women, Gong Sunling was the one Yang Qin was most at ease with. The protection of the mountain river geographical map could definitely effectively ensure the safety of Gong Sunling. Then the rest was to see how Gong Sunling would kill her opponent. The general demon and monster cultivators were fine. If they met Gong Sunling, they might be able to save their lives. but they couldn't escape the fate of being imprisoned in the mountain river geographical map, and the demonized monster only had one word: death. The power of the demonic qi, Yang Qin has repeatedly stressed it. Even Gong Sunling did not dare to easily send the demonized monster with demonic qi to the mountain river geographical map. The original intention of coming to the demon continent was to kill and gain experience. So naturally, she had to kill. In a year's time, she had turned the originally gentle and elegant senior sister into a decisive and strong woman. The experience of the demon continent was much more ruthless than that of the immortal falling abyss. Even if Gong Sunling had experienced the slaughter of the immortal falling abyss, she was still not used to it here. After all, the underground spirit beasts and the demonized monster were two different things. One was a spirit body, and the other was a living monster. Whether in terms of cultivation base or ferocity, the underground spirit beasts of the immortal falling abyss could not be compared with the demonized monster beasts of the demon continent. The same 10 days, the same double cultivation, the same 100 gene of high-grade spirit stones given by Yang Chen as pocket money, the same complete relaxation at Yang Chen's place, and adjusting her tense nerves, then Gong Sunling embarked on the journey of experience again. Next, it was replaced by Sun Qingxue, and 10 days later, it was replaced by Gaoyu. Chapter 1016. Some people have recognized that Shi Shanshan was Han Mei who was with Yang Qin at that time, and naturally knew that there was more than one woman around Yang Qin. Therefore, looking at Gong Sunling, Sun Qingxue and Gaoyu taking turns to see Yang Qin, no one was blind enough to come over and spoil the fun. Basically, the 4 women are in the same situation now. After a year of experience, they don't know how many demonic beasts they have killed. And they often encounter a large group of demonic beasts swarming up, so they have to let go of the so-called mercy they used to have and kill them. In this kind of fierce fight, either you die or I die, the techniques of the 4 women have also been greatly simplified. Originally, they might put on some graceful posture from time to time, but now it is purely simplified and strive to kill in one blow. This is far from what can be done by fighting those sea beasts at sea. The really powerful moves are summed up in life and death battles. Even if there are seniors who teach them hands-on, there are always some unfinished things. But it was different now. With the experience of their seniors, they had a goal and countless fearless sparring partners. Even those with mediocre aptitudes could become experts, not to mention the 4 girls who had astonishing comprehension abilities. Although their cultivation base is still at the early stage of the Yuanying stage, Yang Chen has discovered that all the women have reached the peak of the early stage of the Yuanying stage. He believes that when they meet next time, they will all enter the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. Of course, this kind of growth rate is not particularly fast in the demon continent. With the demonic bead, this kind of heaven-defying thing, people who are twice as fast as the 4 women have appeared, and it doesn't seem special at all. The next meeting with the 4 women was scheduled for 2 years later. The 4 women have now discovered the benefits of training here, and their cultivation base has made a small progress, so they have to move deeper into the demon continent. The next time they met, it would be at another gathering point that was even deeper than this one. Yang Qin didn't say much except to tell the women to be careful and safe. At this point, in fact, there are not many places where Yang Chen can control the 4 women. They were all knowledgeable and assertive women, so they naturally knew what to do. What made the people waiting at the gathering point feel relieved was that Yang Chen did not delay the purification of the devilish bead because of the meeting with the 4 women. When the 3rd woman, that is Sun Qingxue, left and Gaoyu had not yet arrived, Yang Chen released 5 more demonic beads. This time it was a mid-rank 4 pill and 4 lower, rank 6 pills. Similarly, both high-end and low-end requirements were taken care of. After 2 consecutive auctions, Yang Chen's upper-grade spirit stones had increased by more than 500 kilograms. After sending Gaoyu away, Yang Chen directly announced to the public that he no longer had any high-grade devilish beads on hand, so he would not auction them for the time being. Moreover, he also had to go out to train, so he would only stay at this gathering point for a few months. 2 years later, he would appear at another gathering point with the 4 women. Although many people were disappointed, there were some experts who could clearly hear the hidden meaning behind those words. So, after seeing that there were no more female visitors, someone found Yang Qin. "I am Lu Ming. I have heard a lot about Grandmaster Yang." The first one to find him was a master of the Deshang stage. He had a light carriage and no attendants. He was wearing a simple green robe. He came to Yang Qin and cupped his hands. He was completely in the posture of visiting a friend. Well said, Senior Lu's presence brings light to my humble dwelling." After some politeness, Yang Qin asked straightforwardly, "I don't know what instructions the senior has. Just say it." "Well, Grandmaster is straightforward. I will not beat around the bush." Lu Ming did not expect Yang Qin to be so straightforward. He was slightly stunned and his face showed joy. The cultivators who wandered in the demon continent killed people without hesitation, but if they were asked to treat people with courtesy, they might be worse. Yang Chen's performance was very much to Lu Ming's liking. However, even if he was not good at etiquette, in front of Yang Qin, Lu Ming did not call himself this old man, but this one. "I have 2 lower 3rd grade demonic beads in my possession. I wonder if Grandmaster can help me purify them? I will definitely reward you handsomely." Lu Ming didn't act pretentiously and quickly spoke. As he spoke, he took out the demonic beads. The black demonic bead, without any purification, was spinning on the table in front of the 2. This demonic bead has been in Lu Ming's possession for many years. It was by chance that he worked hard and almost lost his life to get such a 3rd grade demonic bead. However, such a large demonic bead, basically no demon refiner could guarantee that it could be purified to the 1st grade. Even the 2nd grade was only possible. The most guaranteed effect was the 3rd grade. This made Lu Ming treat it with caution, and he has been collecting it until now. The appearance of Yang Qin made Lu Ming see the opportunity, and he came over tirelessly. Although he didn't get anything at the auction, he witnessed the effect of taking those demonic beads. Needless to say, Yang Qin sold a total of 4 demonic beads higher than the 5th grade, allowing a peak Yuanying stage master to successfully advance to the Deshang stage, allowing 2 masters of the Deshang stage to break through the bottleneck of the Deshang stage, and another one directly allowed a younger generation master of the Deshang stage to jump directly from the Jedan stage to the middle Yuanying stage. Every one of them was extraordinary, and people couldn't help but sigh at the power of this pure demonic bead. Lu Ming was not discouraged if he didn't buy it. As long as Yang Qin was willing to help him purify the one in his hand, he believed that the effect would be better than others. Purifying the demonic bead, it's easy. Yang Qin did not refuse and agreed. It was just a slight delay. Lu Ming on the opposite side immediately understood what Yang Qin wanted to know. In terms of remuneration, does the master want spirit stones, or do you want something else? When Yang Qin agreed, Lu Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly said his own remuneration. "If it's spirit stones, I will also pay 600 pounds of high-grade spirit stones." 600 pounds of high-grade spirit stones was already the 2nd highest price among the 4 demonic beads that Yang Qin auctioned. If it was just purification, it was completely justifiable. In this regard, Lu Ming showed his sincerity. What else? Yang Qin didn't care about this number. Now spirit stones were really just a number for Yang Qin. The spirit stones on hand were much more than this number, and he was not interested at all. However, when Lu Ming talked about other things, Yang Qin was also a little moved. Cough, cough. Unexpectedly, when Lu Ming heard Yang Qin ask about other things, he blushed, coughed twice first, and then said embarrassedly, "I have been in the demon continent for hundreds of years. The original medicinal pills and magic weapon materials have been used up. Now there are only some materials collected from the demon continent with some demonic qi." Chapter 1017. The materials collected on the demon continent. Yang Chen immediately remembered the fibers he had collected from the demonized vine, which were good things to block the exploration of spiritual awareness, and even the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was not burned. Even if it was only the primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire, was also a good thing. Don't worry about the demonic qi. What good things do you have? Yang Chen replied directly and then asked. Lu Ming was stunned, and then immediately realized that he was guessing the young Master Yang with common sense again. Others regard the demonic qi as a danger, but in the eyes of Master Yang, it is not a big problem at all. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed at himself. I think too much, Master, forgive me. Lu Ming quickly apologized, and then began to report what he had. Luo, Chen Black Jade, heavenly fragrant tonguewood, 9 nether flying dust. Wait! Yang Chen suddenly stopped, and then asked curiously, what is this 9 nether flying dust? Seeing that Yang Chen was interested in one of the things, Lu Ming was even more spirited, hurriedly opened the Qingkuan bag, took out a black gourd, opened the gourd mouth, and immediately flew out a cloud of black dust. This cloud of black dust, as soon as it was released, almost occupied the space of the entire room, gathered and did not disperse, and the room was immediately filled with the aura of demonic qi. Yang Chen reached out and grabbed it in the air, and when he took a closer look, he immediately knew what it was. This 9 nether flying dust belongs to a kind of refining material of the 6th earth attribute. He had never seen it before, but the feeling of holding it in his hand was not low grade, and it was a good thing for refining magic weapons. Among the yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, Yang Chen has never had a 6th earth flying sword. Now that there is such a gourd of 9 nether flying dust, he can consider refining a 6th earth flying sword. How much of this 9 nether flying dust? Yang Chen asked Lu Ming with a few fine dust in his hand. There are a few hundred jin. Lu Ming was stunned and replied, subconsciously, well, I want this 9 nether flying dust. Is Senior willing to part with it? Yang Chen immediately made a decision and asked quickly, ah. Lu Ming was almost knocked out by the pie that fell from the sky. Master Yang didn't want spirit stones, but wanted the 9 nether flying dust? Is there such a good thing? The 9 nether flying dust was originally a good thing, but after being contaminated by the demonic qi, it basically became useless and belonged to the level of trash. Originally, it had not been easy for Lu Ming to obtain the 9 hell flying dust. After putting in a lot of effort, he discovered that no one was interested in it. Furthermore, he could not use it, so it had become a useless existence. Now, Yang Chen actually wanted to use the 9 nether flying dust as a reward for purifying the demonic, baleful bead. This sudden change made Lu Ming have an abnormally unreal feeling. He stayed where he was, and besides an awe sound, there was no other reaction. Senior? Senior? Yang Chen waited for a while. Seeing that Lu Ming was still maintaining the ah shape, he couldn't help but be surprised. He whispered twice, which woke Lu Ming up from his stupor. Ah, no problem, no problem. As a master of the Deshang stage, Lu Ming had not lost his composure like this for a long time. He did not expect to lose so much face in front of Yang Chen, but now he couldn't care less, and hurriedly agreed first. A few 100 pounds of 9 nether flying dust that no one wanted at all was worth 600 pounds of high-grade spirit stones. This business was not a loss for him. Seeing Lu Ming's expression of surprise, as if he had picked up a gold ingot while walking, Yang Chen smiled slightly in his heart and did not comment. You abandoned it like a pair of shoes. I regarded it as a treasure. There was no loss or gain. The black gourd containing the 9 nether flying dust was directly handed over to Yang Chen. Lu Ming enthusiastically told Yang Chen how to control the gourd to collect the 9 nether flying dust. The gourd was regarded as a gift from the 9 nether flying dust and was also given to Yang Chen. Others were afraid of the demonic qi and did not dare to explore the use of this 9 nether flying dust, but Yang Chen was not afraid at all. Just for a while, Yang Qin found that this 9 nether flying dust could fully absorb the demonic qi. What made Yang Chen most tempted was that there was no upper limit to the absorption of the demonic qi by the 9 nether flying dust. Now, this gourd of 9 nether flying dust has almost always maintained the concentration of the demonic qi when it was just collected. But after it was taken out of the gourd, it was only for such a short time that it began to slowly absorb the surrounding demonic qi. The first to bear the brunt was the aura on the devilish bead, left by Lu Ming. However, this kind of absorption speed was too slow, so slow that it was almost imperceptible. Even Lu Ming, a master of the Deshang stage, could not detect it. If it weren't for Yang Chen's keen spiritual awareness and the fact that he has been dealing with the demonic qi recently, even Yang Chen would not be able to discover this. After sending away Lu Ming, there were several other masters of the Deshang stage who had also arrived but did not buy the devilish bead. Each of them had 1 or 2 high-grade devilish beads in their hands, and they all wanted Yang Chen to help them purify it. Later, Yang Chen was not polite. After asking what good materials they had, he asked them to use the materials to compensate for part of the remuneration, and then he added some spirit stones. Moreover, Yang Chen had an additional request. After finishing the business of the 4 masters of the Deshang stage, Yang Chen would go out to gain experience, so he asked them to block the people who came later. Of course, Yang Chen also said that after 2 years at another gathering point, he would naturally do business again and told everyone not to worry and to wait patiently. The masters of the Deshang stage in this gathering point had been wiped out by Yang Chen. Even if those Yuanying stage masters were reluctant, but under the eyes of the 4 masters of the Deshang stage, they had to give up the plan to find Yang Chen in vain. Absorbing the demonic qi of these devilish beads did not take too much time for Yang Chen. However, in order to create a false impression for them, Yang Chen stayed in the room for more than 2 months before he came out. After absorbing the demonic qi of these devilish beads, the demonized vine phantom in his sea of consciousness swelled a lot, but it still did not fully recover to the original size of more than 10 feet. After Yang Chen wrapped it with his spiritual awareness, he ignored it for the time being. In the extra time, Yang Chen was not idle. He has been studying the 9 secluded flying dust. To refine the flying sword, but also to use this material that he had never heard of, it was natural to study the material thoroughly before he could start. Fortunately, the 9 secluded flying dust was hundreds of pounds, and each time he took a small handful to study, it did not cost much. 2 months was enough for Yang Chen to understand it thoroughly. The characteristic of the 9 secluded flying dust that could absorb demonic qi gave Yang Chen a new idea. If the flying sword was built according to this method, the power of this 6th earth flying sword would be the strangest of the great yin and yang 5 elements flying sword, and it was also the most elusive one. This new refining method also made Yang Chen himself look forward to it. Chapter 1018. More than 2 months later, Yang Chen came out of seclusion, and after handing over their devilish bead to everyone, Yang Chen left the gathering point directly and entered the jungle of the demon continent again to continue his own experience. Yang Chen asked the 4 women to progress step by step, and he did the same himself. Although Yang Chen now has enough confidence to go deeper, Yang Chen does not intend to do that. Speaking of which, Yang Chen himself still needs to carry out more killing battles. Whether it is killing immortals on the immortal beheading platform or the underground spirit beasts in the immortal fallen abyss, the opponent stood still and let him wave his knife. The number of beheaded was enough, but he had not experienced the most tragic fighting and melee. Even if Yang Chen had participated in some similar battles in his previous life, the number of times was few, and it did not happen every day. Like the demon continent, where he had to be careful almost every day or even every moment, he had to be careful of being surrounded by demonic beasts. And after being surrounded, he had to do his best to kill the demonic beasts and escape safely. Yang Chen had not encountered such a situation even when the battles in the immortal world were the most frequent. There were not many such opportunities, and it was rare for Yang Qin to be reborn, so naturally he had to take advantage of it. The demon continent was a hard enough whetstone. Before Yang Chen really became a powerful master, it would sharpen some things on him, and at the same time it would also sharpen some unnecessary and cumbersome things. This was also the purpose of the experience. Deep into the jungle, Yang Qin casually found a direction to go deeper. The demon continent was big enough, and there were enough creatures in the jungle. There are countless plants and animals that Yang Qin had never seen before, which made Yang Qin sigh at how big the world was and how full of wonders there were. Even with the experience of Yang Qin, who had lived a life, there were more than 90% of things that he didn't know. Whether it was in the mortal world, the spiritual world, or the mortal world, it was impossible to have omniscient people. No matter how powerful a person was, they would still have their weaknesses and areas that they did not understand. Even someone as powerful as Taishang Laojun was the same. There was no exception. Yang Qin couldn't even name the countless demonized demonic beasts, let alone know their attack patterns and characteristics. Encountering such an unfamiliar enemy, Yang Qin could only rely on his judgment to adapt to the situation. Yang Qin had never called out the Golden Bell protection. It was a trump card that would only be used in the case of a death threat. In the case of ordinary injuries or even serious injuries, Yang Chen would not use the Golden Bell to resist. This forced him to rely on his own reaction, his own swordsmanship, and his own judgment to face the enemy. In a short period of time, this kind of high-intensity fighting may not be effective, but it will put Yang Chen in danger all the time. But after a long time, when all this becomes an instinctive reaction, Yang Chen's strength will rise to another level. Yang Chen went deep into the jungle to fight for almost 4 or 5 months. Every day he dealt with the demonized demonic beasts that came from all directions, which could almost be described as exhausted. Several times he even had to take the initiative to face the attacks of some demonized demonic beasts, using non-fatal injuries in exchange for a glimmer of life. Fortunately, Yang Chen's healing medicinal pills were very effective, and he could always stabilize his injuries at the critical moment and then recover quickly. Otherwise, the drag of the injury alone could drag Yang Chen to death. The situation seemed to be very abnormal. When Yang Chen was in the jungle before, the frequency of the demonized demonic beasts was not so high. Of course, it was in the edge area where the demonic energy was the thinnest, and the level of the demonic beasts was not very high, but the current situation was obviously abnormal. Almost every once in a while, there would be a demonic beast rushing to Yang Chen's side. Sometimes when Yang Chen was attacked by a group of demonic beasts, another group would come, forcing Yang Chen to have 120% of his spirit and barely cope with these endless demonic beasts. Occasionally, during a few breaks, Yang Chen released his spiritual awareness to explore, and within hundreds of miles, there was no other person. But Yang Chen could be sure that in a farther place, someone must be staring at him. Even Yang Chen suspected that these people might be the masters of the Deshang stage who asked him to purify the demonic bead. He could only blame his ability to purify the demonic bead was too amazing. The pure, golden demonic bead completely improved his cultivation base without any side effects. Whether it was the Dao sects or the monster race, they were all coveted, not to mention the cultivators of the demon sects. They could not wait to replace it. Under such circumstances, the idea of playing with Yang Qin became inevitable. What could be more pleasing than controlling such a demonic refiner in his hands? Not only could he get a lot of wealth through the demonic refiner, but he could also continuously provide the demonic bead he needed, killing many birds with one stone. They couldn't make a move in the gathering point, so they must wait until they get out of the gathering point before making plans. As a demonic refiner, his cultivation base was definitely not good, which was almost the common problem of the demonic refiner in the demon continent. As a demonic refiner, even if Yang Chen's purification method was brilliant, it was impossible to get out of this range. This could also explain why Yang Chen let his 4 women go out to experience. while he stayed in the gathering point for a few months. Generally speaking, there must be a strong backer behind the superb demonic refiner. To put it nicely, it was a backer. To put it bluntly, it was actually being controlled by the so-called backer. However, even those backers would not force the demonic refiner too much. Otherwise, who would give them the demonic bead to purify? These people must have the same idea. They would never make a move easily. They would only use these demonic beasts to force Yang Qin into a desperate situation, and then at the critical moment, they would save Yang Qin from the abyss of water and fire. Yang Chen would be grateful and would naturally turn to them. The plan was a good plan, and Yang Qin also objectively provided convenience for these people. The materials he received for refining the 9 secluded flying dust. Each of them had a spiritual awareness imprint on them. Because the materials were contaminated with demonic qi, Yang Chen did not want Xiao Tian to swallow these materials to devour those spiritual awareness imprints. This made it possible for those masters to track the whereabouts of Yang Qin. From the beginning of entering the demon continent, Xiao Tian was very resistant to the demonic qi and had been staying in the medicine garden. Yang Qin was also unwilling to force Xiao Tian to participate in the experience at this time, so he inevitably left this flaw. There should be people in several directions, otherwise the demonic beasts would not come from several directions. However, although Yang Qin had discovered this, his behavior did not change, but he worked harder to adapt to all this. There were so many free laborers looking for the demonic beasts to rush over. Was there a better sparring partner than this? Chapter 1019. This kind of day did not last too long. When Yang Chen had maintained this state for 8 months, someone finally couldn't help it and was ready to force it. There was no way in 8 months, although Yang Chen had gone deeper, and the demonized monsters he encountered were more and more powerful. The lowest level was in the middle Yuanying stage, and the average level was even close to the realm of the late Yuanying stage, but Yang Chen never collapsed, nor did he enter the kind of life and death situation where he was in a critical situation. On the contrary, Yang Chen was becoming more and more skilled. In the face of more and more demonic beasts, Yang Chen was honed in this kind of tide of demonic beasts. He was ruthless and merciless. He would leave as soon as he touched them. His moves were almost as concise as they could be. A few months ago, although Yang Chen was also very sharp, there was still a little flaw, resulting in low efficiency. But after a few months, groups of demonic monsters in the middle and late Yuanying stage could no longer do anything to Yang Chen. At the beginning, Yang Chen still suffered a lot of injuries, but in recent months, Yang Chen has rarely been injured. Even if he was injured, he would take the initiative to send some parts that were not fatal or would not cause serious injuries to the attack of the demonic monsters, and the counterattack was even sharper. Usually, the price of Yang Chen's injury was the death of at least 5 or 6 demonic monsters that were attacking Yang Chen. If this goes on, Yang Chen will become more and more powerful, and their plans will become more and more impossible to implement. Everyone knew the existence of the opposite, but they had the same idea and tacitly cooperated. Now, someone finally couldn't help it and jumped out. A wave of hundreds of demonic monsters in the late Yuanying stage directly surrounded Yang Chen. In the crazy attack, Yang Chen's body rushed left and right, and the blood demon vine sword in his hand was pulled out from the monster again and again, leaving only a monster's body that was sucked dry. However, after all, it was a late nascent soul stage demonic creature. No matter how relaxed Yang Chen looked, it had consumed a lot of energy. When Yang Chen finally got rid of the last monster, he couldn't help but feel exhausted. He sat on the ground and quickly adjusted his breathing. However, Yang Chen had just sat down, and his breath had not yet taken 2 or 3 breaths, when he heard a familiar voice in his ear. "Grandmaster Yang, good skills." Senior Li is so patient. Yang Chen sat on the ground and had no intention of standing up. He was still panting as if he had accepted his fate. "You knew it was me?" The senior Li in Yang Chen's mouth was the only Deshang stage master, Li Tianxue, who gave Yang Chen 2/3 grade devilish beads. At this moment, he was slightly surprised and seemed to be unable to believe that Yang Chen had guessed him from the beginning. It's not hard to guess. Yang Chen was still sitting on the ground, leaning his body against a big tree next to him. He tilted his head and looked at Li Tianxue standing there. He said with a forced smile, "In fact, in addition to you, Senior, several of them have a share, but Senior has always felt that his luck is good. So he came out first." Hearing this, Li Tianxue suddenly looked at Yang Chen with admiration. As Yang Chen said, they were all in the demon continent for hundreds of years. From the Yuanying stage to the present Deshang stage, only had the luck to get 2 third-grade devilish beads, 1 lower third grade and 1 middle third grade. He also always felt that his luck was good. For cultivators, this illusory blessing was very important. People who had no blessing or shallow blessing, even if their qualifications were good, their results would not be too high. Just as Li Tianxue thought, why could he find 2 of such high grade at the same time under the same conditions, and others only had 1? This fully explained that Li Tianxue's luck was better than others, and his blessing was deeper than others. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, he decided to make the first move. Maybe with good luck, he could directly take down Yang Chen and make him surrender. "Grandmaster, you still don't have to think about luck." Li Tianxue looked at Yang Chen, who was sitting there gasping for breath, shook his head slightly and said, "Don't you feel tired from the battle just now? I accidentally arranged a small formation to disperse spiritual power here, so the Grandmaster still doesn't have to think about absorbing spiritual power from the surroundings. Of course, before I achieve my goal, I will not give the Grandmaster a chance to absorb spirit stones to recover." At such a close distance, it was easy for a master of the Deshang stage to trap a junior in the Yuanying stage. "I don't need luck." Yang Chen leaned against the tree, looked at Li Tianxue with a smile, and said, "Anyway, you won't kill me anyway, and this kind of coercion is also an opportunity for Senior Liu and the others, isn't it?" Yang Chen's current situation was simply too in line with the edge of life and death crisis. At this time, as long as someone jumped out to rescue Yang Chen, would Yang Chen not be grateful, immediately call him a benefactor, and kneel on the ground? Li Tianxue's face changed slightly, and he seemed to think of this possibility. However, he did not panic. Instead, he laughed. "Grandmaster Yang is indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, you still missed 1 point. Do you think I would let them approach me so easily?" Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, Li Tianxue had already pointed to the surroundings and said with a smile, "In the surrounding 10 miles, outside the edge, it is the demonic gathering formation that I have arranged. The demonic energy is richer than any place they have experienced. The 3 of them are demonic cultivators, and they dare not touch it at will. Senior really has no room for error." When Yang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but look at Li Tianxue in a different light. Others were generally killing and practicing here, and few would study the demonic energy. But the senior in front of him could study the formation, arrange the demonic gathering formation, and gather the demonic energy. It was really brilliant. But this younger generation junior still doesn't understand. Since senior's research on the demonic energy is so deep, why do you want this younger generation junior to help refine the demonic bead? Yang Chen really didn't understand this point, so he immediately asked face to face, "This old man has only studied how to condense the demonic energy, but I can't expel the demonic energy." Li Tianxue did not hide it and directly said the reason, "And I can only condense the demonic energy that dissipates from the demon continent, but I can't condense the demonic energy on the demonic bead. Do you understand what I mean?" This younger generation junior understands. Yang Chen nodded with a smile and looked at Li Tianxue and said, "Senior, how about we discuss it?" "Discuss what?" Li Tianxue was taken aback and immediately asked. "Senior, teach this younger generation junior the formation, you condense the demonic energy, and this younger generation junior will not pursue the matter of you scheming against this younger generation junior." What do you think, Senior? Chapter 10:20. What did you say? Pursue? After Li Tianxue listened to Yang Chen's words, he was stunned directly, and then, as if he had heard a big joke, he laughed again. This time when he laughed, Li Tianxue completely did not have the temperament that a master of the Deshang stage should have. He laughed forward and backward, like a village man watching a funny play. The laughter lasted for half an incense stick of time before it stopped. Then Li Tianxue stopped laughing and looked at Yang Chen like a cat playing with a mouse. He held back his laughter and asked very seriously, "If this old man doesn't want to, then Grandmaster Yang, how do you plan to deal with it?" "I'm afraid it will hurt our friendship." Yang Chen was very disappointed and shook his head. His head inadvertently looked around, and his mouth faintly replied, "I'm curious." Li Tianxue stared at Yang Chen's face and confirmed that what he saw and heard was correct. Yang Chen did say so, and then he asked, somewhat puzzled, "How can you do this?" "Just because of this." Yang Chen smiled and raised his hand, and a black mist suddenly burst out, firmly enveloping the space where the two were. Suddenly, the surrounding was dark and nothing could be seen. Li Tianxue knew that Yang Chen held a black gourd in his hand, but did not expect that when the black gourd was opened, it would burst out a black mist. Although it obscured the line of sight, for a master of the Deshang stage, was this meaningful? Opening his spiritual awareness, Li Tianxue was about to explore the surrounding movement, but suddenly found that his own spiritual awareness could only penetrate less than 1 foot away, and the surrounding was empty. It seemed that suddenly he had come from a dense forest full of trees to an unknown space with nothing. This sudden change surprised Li Tianxue. What kind of magic weapon was this black mist? It could even make him, a master of the Deshang stage, unable to penetrate it. The most terrible thing that people face is actually not something called a name, but the unknown. Because of the unknown, you don't know what will happen, so you will be afraid. Now, Li Tianxue was in the same situation. He suddenly appeared in an unknown place, and he actually began to feel a trace of fear. But after all, he was a master of the great ascension stage. Moreover, he had been training in the land of the demons and demons for hundreds of years. What kind of dangerous situation had he not encountered? This horror was just a feeling, and it could not make him retreat in any way. Shwa, the moment an accident occurred, a wheel of light instantly appeared beside Li Tianxue. It was a flying shield that he had meticulously refined. It flew around his body at high speed, ready to receive any possible attack at any time. Then the 2 flying swords flew out from 2 different directions and slashed at the void. This was the natal flying sword that Li Tianxue had meticulously refined. Moreover, it was a double sword. Even if he couldn't see or use his divine sense to detect any enemy, he still had to seize the initiative to attack first and take the initiative. The flying sword slashed through the air. It was as though it had struck something. It felt soft and powerless. The feedback from the flying sword surprised Li Tianxue again. He had no idea what was going on. Because he still didn't know where he was, Li Tianxue didn't even dare to move easily. The sudden change in space, the biggest possibility in this situation was that he was trapped in some kind of formation. Nothing had happened now, but once he moved at will, it was likely to trigger an attack from the formation. Li Tianxue, who had rich combat experience, did not know that he had now entered an error in his thinking. He always thought that he would be plotted against by Yang Chen, but he did not expect that he was still standing in the same place, and Yang Chen did not use any formation. The black mist was the reward that Lu Ming gave to Yang Chen, the 9 nether flying dust. What prevented his divine sense from exploring was the fibers left by Yang Chen after he burned the demonized vine. Originally, he intended to refine a few protective robes to isolate the divine sense for the 4 women, but it was not finished yet, and it had been used here. Li Tianxue's flying sword was cut on these fibers. Even the yin-yang heaven-burning fire at this time couldn't do anything to the fibers, let alone the flying sword. The flying sword was cut, but it only made the fibers sway slightly without the slightest effect. In the 9 nether flying dust, there was a high concentration of demonic energy. Li Tianxue did not dare to act rashly, and he was greatly surprised by this. It took him almost 100 years to find a formation that could condense the demonic energy, and it could only be condensed to a certain extent. Yang Qin was young. He didn't know what method he used, but he could condense the demonic energy so easily. In the darkness, Li Tianxue suddenly felt something waved, but after a careful exploration, he found nothing. While he was puzzled, a problem about the use of demonic energy that had troubled him for many years suddenly popped up in his mind, and his eyes lit up. It seemed that a golden path suddenly appeared, sweeping away the confusion of the past. If this method worked, the endless demonic energy on the demon continent would be controlled and used by Li Tianxue. What was the Deshang stage? After absorbing enough demonic energy, even a master who was about to ascend would not be Li Tianxue's opponent. In any case, this demonic energy could induce the heart's devil. This itself was a sharp weapon. No one could hide from it. This discovery made Li Tianxue feel that this little trouble of Yang Qin was a blessing in disguise for him. Now, even if there was no Yang Qin, Yang Chen was no longer meaningful to him. No matter how powerful Yang Qin was, he could only purify the devilish bead. But he was now able to use the demonic energy, and there was no need to purify the demonic energy of the devilish bead at all. Here, Li Tianxue's confidence was inflated. Over there, he had already put it into action. The spiritual power of his whole body was running, and he began to absorb the demonic energy madly. What's more, there was even a slightly smaller devilish bead in his hand, which looked like a 6th grade upper grade, and he swallowed it into his abdomen without hesitation. The scene in front of him brightened, but he returned to the original place. Li Tianxue was even more confident, and regardless of Yang Qin beside him, he began to cultivate on his own. However, this situation of certainty only lasted for less than half a stick of incense. Li Tianxue, who was full of confidence, made a sharp scream. The whole person jumped up like a madman. The light shield flew around his body frantically, and the 2 life source flying sword also slashed in all directions, as if he was facing a powerful enemy. Yang Qin had just retreated a little, just less than 10 feet away from Li Tianxue. Seeing this situation, he took a few steps back and got further and further back. Li Tianxue's madness lasted for almost half an hour, and more than half an hour was completely in full attack and defense. Even if he was a master of the Deshang stage, he could not withstand such consumption, and finally his body softened and he sat down. Chapter 10:21. 10 miles away, the other 3 masters who were blocked by the demonic qi formation arranged by Li Tianxue were also monitoring this side with their spiritual awareness. Suddenly discovering Li Tianxue's abnormality, they were suddenly shocked. In 3 directions, they didn't even discuss with each other. They turned around and ran at the same time, like rabbits that had been shot by an arrow. A master of the Deshang stage suddenly became like that. It was absolutely impossible for them to believe that this was an accident. The most likely explanation was that he encountered a master who could not be seen by his eyes and could not be detected by his spiritual awareness. Of course, this could not explain why he would crazily absorb the demonic qi and swallow the unpurified demonic bead. However, even Li Tianxue has become like that. If they ran slower, maybe they would be the next one. No one saw Yang Chen's movements, and no one could know Yang Chen's movements. In this series of changes, Yang Chen just gently stroked Li Tianxue with the phantom of the demonized vine in his sea of consciousness at the right time. Although he was also from the Dao sects, Li Tianxue obviously could not resist the attack of the demonized vine. This kind of attack was on the spiritual level, thoroughly stimulating the most desired part of everyone's emotions, creating a false satisfaction. In layman's terms, it was the most straightforward way of triggering one's inner demons, causing the person being attacked to go berserk. For Yang Qin, who had a strong will and had been attacked by the demonized vine many times, he was almost used to it. Naturally, it was not a big deal, but the guy who was just an ordinary experience on the demon continent was not so lucky. The heart demon directly targeted the part of his most proud demonic qi research, which made Li Tianquo's self-confidence extremely inflated. Silently, he began to absorb the demonic qi on his own initiative, swallowing the unpurified demonic bead, which led to the further invasion of the demonic qi, and the cultivation deviation was inevitable. Li Tianque, who was full of illusions, naturally madly attacked those enemies who did not exist and were jealous of him until his spiritual power was exhausted, and then he could no longer recover. Even if he fell to the ground, Li Tianquo's eyes were still full of fighting spirit, and his whole person had been immersed in the illusion and could not extricate himself. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Chen walked to Li Tianquo's side and easily took off his cosmos bracelet. Li Tianquo's hobby was also very special. His Qinquan bag was made into a bracelet. It was a very strange habit. Xiao Qin opened the universe bracelet. There were many things inside. After checking them one by one, he soon found dozens of jade strips. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he immediately saw the contents of the jade slip. Some of the jade slips contained cultivation techniques, while others contained pill formulas. However, there were about a dozen or so jade slips that recorded the results of Li Tianquo's research into devil qi, including the spell formation that could condense devil qi. Why bother? Why bother? Yang Chen shook his head again at Li Tianque, who was lying limply on the ground. Even if someone with a higher cultivation came, they wouldn't be able to save him in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Yang Chen had never thought of treating him from the beginning. The spell formation that condensed the devil qi did not only have this simple function, it also integrated a series of means such as protection, illusion, and so on. It could also be regarded as a comprehensive formation. For such a long time, none of the demonic beasts had come over. It was estimated that they were blocked by those formations. This Li Tianque did have 2 skills in studying the devil qi, and his research on the devil qi was indeed deep enough. He himself may also be a side cultivator of the formation, which was integrated together. On the demon continent, such a combination could definitely occupy a lot of advantages. It was no wonder that he had reached the Deshang stage and had gained a lot. It was not just because of luck. Yang Chen has taken a Peiyuan pill and quickly recovered his spirit power. In his current experience, not only did he not use the golden bell, but even the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique was firmly controlled by himself. Otherwise, the attacks of those demonic beasts could not cause any harm to Yang Chen. Even so, Yang Chen would at most have some physical pain, and even his bones would not be hurt. But it was undeniable that the purpose of Yang Chen's experience had been achieved, and the effect was very good. Just now, the joint attack of the 9 secluded flying dust and the demonized vine phantom made Yang Chen suddenly discover a good idea. When refining the 6th earth flying sword, if he could refine the demonized vine phantom as a tool spirit, the combination of the devil qi and the heart demon attack, he believed that the combination of the 2 would definitely be a good weapon that would make many opponents have a headache. Doing it, Yang Chen would not delay. When he got the 9 secluded flying dust, he did not refine it directly because he did not have the idea of refining the flying sword. Now that he had this idea, Yang Chen of course planned to start work immediately. Li Tianquo's formation could just be learned and applied, giving Yang Chen a safe place in the dense forest. First, he found a suitable place, and then he used the materials in Li Tianquo's interspatial bracelet to set up the formation. After that, Yang Chen plunged into the process of refining the 6th earth flying sword. The 6th earth, to put it bluntly, was the Yin earth, fertile and moist soil, and the dust in the air also belonged to this type. The 9 secluded flying dust obviously belonged to the dust series, and it could absorb devil qi, which was in line with the characteristics of the 6th earth that could absorb water vapor. The demonized vine's main body must belong to the plant series, and it was the second wood, which was also of the yin attribute. Moreover, the demonized vine's efficiency of gathering devil chi was much higher than the 9 secluded flying dust. Using the demonized vine phantom as the main body, it was no longer a clash of attributes, and there was no problem of the second wood disturbing the 6th earth. After all, it was just the phantom's thoughts, and it had no attributes. But when the two were combined, it was like a good rain after a long drought, a match made in heaven. In addition to slowly absorbing devil chi, the 9 secluded flying dust's biggest feature was that it could accommodate devil chi. The addition of the demonized vine phantom could increase the speed of the 9 secluded flying dust's absorption of devil chi. This was not the end of it. The demonized vine's characteristic was that it could condense devil chi. The huge devilish bead in Yang Chen's interspatial bag was the evidence. A flying sword that could quickly absorb devil chi and could also condense devil chi. After attacking the opponent, in addition to the damage brought by the flying sword, it could also trigger the terrifying effect of the opponent's inner demon. This flying sword had not yet been formed, but it had already made Yang Chen salivate. A few 100 kilograms of 9 secluded flying dust was enough for Yang Chen to successfully refine a 6th earth flying sword. However, Yang Chen was now a little worried about whether he should refine a standard sword in the traditional way or refine it into something else. One had to know that the 9 secluded flying dust could change its shape at will. If it was not designed according to the shape of a sword, strictly speaking, it could not be called a flying sword but another magic weapon. It felt a bit inconsistent with his great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. Chapter 10:22. Thinking of this problem, Yang Chen was somewhat uncertain, but soon Yang Chen was no longer worried about this. Why bother? Whether it was the flying sword or other forms, it was just a form of magic weapon in the end. The immortal beheading blade could not really accommodate only the flying sword and not other forms. There was no need to cause flaws in his mind because of this. He was surrounded by a strong demonic aura. It would be stupid to go mad for this small problem. However, after all, he hesitated for a while before starting. His mood had not completely calmed down, and he needed a channel to vent. As a result, the young sect master of Taishimin, Li Liheng, became Yang Chen's punching bag with glory and responsibility. Li Liheng almost went mad last time, and now he had to go out to gain experience. No way, no cultivator can escape this process. Even the sect master of Taishimin, the largest sect in Dao sects, has a time when his cultivation base is stuck in a bottleneck. It is not possible to have no heart demons. Fortunately, with the identity of the young sect master of Taishimin, he could almost be said to be unimpeded everywhere in Dao sects. Wherever he went, people would flatter him, and he was even more glorious than in the sect. This made Li Liheng's mood a lot better. It seemed that going out to gain experience was not something difficult to accept. In particular, Yang Lan, this guy, was clever and able to do things. He served him well on the road, and his speech was also very pleasant. In particular, what made him most comfortable was that Yang Lan often found some beautiful female cultivators to serve him, which made Li Liheng simply happy. However, Yang Lan was not without a small calculation. Every time the female cultivators were found, they would accompany the young sect master for 10 days at most, and then they would be taken away by Yang Lan. Li Liheng naturally understood that this was because he was afraid that these female cultivators would compete with Yang Lan's sister, Yang Lan, which was human nature. And from the bottom of his heart, Li Liheng was still very satisfied with Yang Lan's approach. He was a guy who liked new things. Those women were just playthings, and they had not yet reached the point where he was tempted. With Yang Lan helping him deal with it, he enjoyed the taste of leaning on the red and cuddling. Now, Li Liheng was eager to contact Senior Lu Fingzi immediately and prove his identity. Otherwise, if he continued to be suspected, his future could be imagined. In this state of mind, indulging himself with some female cultivators was also a way to vent his anger. Fortunately, even though Li Liheng was indulging in pleasure, he did not forget to cultivate at a fixed time every day. He knew where all of this came from, so he didn't dare to slack off. This kind of attitude won the approval of the elders who were secretly protecting him. Although his actions were absurd, it was enough for him to know what his main goal was. Cultivators did not need to care too much. As long as it was not forced and both parties were willing, anything was fine. After enjoying the taste of a female rogue cultivator, Li Liheng suddenly felt the familiar aura of Senior Lu Fingzi while he was cultivating. "Greetings, Senior." This time, Li Liheng didn't wait for Yang Chen to ask and took the initiative to greet the senior. Then he immediately told him the secret communication method that the sect master had told him. Yang Chen quietly listened to Li Liheng's words that seemed to be very reasonable to meet and greet, but it was very unreasonable on this occasion. He did not speak from beginning to end. After Li Liheng finished speaking, Senior Lu Fingzi didn't respond, and Li Liheng was also stunned. What's going on? What he said was the identification code of the peripheral high-level personnel of Taishimen. How could Senior Lu Fingzi not say a word and still look at him coldly? Could it be that the code was wrong? Otherwise, how could Senior Lu Fingzi's face be so serious? And the pressure he felt was getting greater and greater, and he almost couldn't hold it. Fortunately, this was a spiritual awareness connection. If it was a face-to-face situation, maybe Li Liheng would be directly pressed to the ground by the pressure released by Yang Chen. Senior, this is the highest level communication code of Taishimen. This younger generation junior is not pretending. Li Liheng was shocked and hurriedly explained to Yang Chen. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He had to verify his identity first. Sure enough, after saying the sentence, the pressure on Senior Lu Fingzi's side was a lot less. At least Li Liheng could face it calmly, and he didn't even dare to sweat. There is no sign of your mind lying. Senior Lu Fingzi finally spoke, and the mountain-like pressure just now disappeared without a trace. Li Liheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Senior was just checking whether he was lying or not. Senior was really cautious. But on the other hand, if it was him and a person who had never been in contact with said this code in front of him, he would also investigate it and would not easily believe it. It was normal for Senior to do this. Yang Chen was also a little stunned at the time. He just wanted to scare this kid and vent some of his anger, but he didn't expect that he would know such a big secret. The code words in Li Liheng's mouth, Yang Chen remembered firmly. This kind of confidential thing, maybe it would be useful one day. Well, looking at your recent appearance, it seems that you have made some progress. What happened? Senior Lu Fingzi's attitude relaxed, and Li Liheng immediately felt like a spring breeze, indescribably relaxed. Listening to Senior Lu Fingzi's words of concern, Li Liheng was almost moved to tears. Fortunately, the set of code left by the sect was also useful in the spiritual world. Otherwise, if his identity was suspected by Senior Lu Fingzi, it would be a disaster. Even if the senior didn't say it in his heart, as long as there were 1 or 2 mistakes in the things passed on to him, it was enough to destroy his life. Now, the sky was finally clear after the rain, and there was no need to worry about the senior's trouble. In the future, he could live a high position and powerful life as a young master. In front of him, it was simply a smooth road. A few days ago, Junior suddenly had some restlessness in his heart, so he came out to gain experience. Until now, I have some understanding. Although he was happy, Li Liheng still answered the senior's question meticulously. This was Li Liheng's attitude. He respected the senior, and he must make Senior Lu Fingzi satisfied with him. Oh, so that's how it is. Senior Lu Fingzi nodded slightly, and also seemed to be suddenly enlightened. You can solve the inner demon. No wonder your cultivation is so strong. Congratulations, you are worth teaching. Senior, Junior has a presumptuous request. I hope Senior can try to solve my doubts. Li Liheng saw that this was a rare opportunity, so he hurriedly asked Senior Lu Fingzi for advice. Oh, What's the problem? Senior Lu Fingzi was in a good mood, and he didn't mind at all. Chapter 10:23. This junior's spiritual awareness is in trouble. I have been relying on the spirit congealing pill. Li Lihing began to talk, as if he had found an elder he could confide in. He poured out all his troubles to Li Lihing. Li Lihing also had tremendous pressure in his heart. In the sect, everything was maintained on the basis of his cultivation of the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method. Even when he was appointed as the young sect master at the beginning, Li Lihing himself didn't know why. At that time, like others, he secretly guessed that he was the illegitimate child of sect master Li. Later, he gradually discovered that sect master Li did not take special care of him, and other people never treated him as a young sect master, which made Li Lihing have some doubts. Finally, when the clouds cleared and the moon was seen, the cultivation of the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method had a small achievement, and when he contacted Senior Lu Fingzi, everything changed dramatically. From power to resources, and even the usefulness of speaking, there were qualitative changes. Li Lihing suddenly understood why he became the young sect master. It was just a tradition left behind by the previous sect. If Li Lihing couldn't succeed in his cultivation, it would not take many years for him to be abolished from the position of young sect master and become an ordinary disciple of Taishimen. In this case, it was impossible for Li Lihing to say that there was no pressure, especially knowing that his spirit congealing pill was exchanged from Yangqin at a huge price in the sect, and the foreign affairs hall master of the sect even bowed his head in front of Yangqin several times. All the hopes seemed to be attached to the young sect master. Even if Li Lihing can still often contact Senior Lu Fingzi, Li Lihing has always been aware of the crisis, especially when the consumption of the spirit congealing pill is getting larger and larger, and the stock of the sect is getting smaller and smaller. Li Lihing is even more anxious. Old ancestor, this disciple pleads with the old ancestor to give me a way to cure this disciple's spiritual awareness, so that the sect will no longer be blackmailed by that cruel and unscrupulous guy. This disciple will be grateful. After saying his fear and worry, Li Lihing made this request almost in tears. Good child, you have been wronged. When Senior Lu Fingzi passed these words to Li Lihing, Yangchen almost vomited on the other side. However, he still had to continue acting, so Yangchen still maintained that kind attitude and comforted him. It seems that this is the source of your inner demon. Hearing Senior Lu Fingzi's caring words, Li Lihing's eyes turned sour and tears almost flowed out. Other people only saw Li Lihing's limitless glory as the young sect master. Who could imagine the depression in his heart? Ancestor, please take pity on me and help me settle this so that the sect will not be controlled by others. Li Lihing was practically begging while crying. His attitude was so sincere that he had even unknowingly changed the way he addressed him from senior to ancestor. Alas! Ancestor Lu Fingzi let out a long sigh, and he seemed to carry a strand of indescribable regret. This long sigh almost made Li Lihing desperate. He only felt that a ladle of cold water was poured from his head to the soles of his feet, and his whole body was cold. Your trouble, in fact, is the right way to solve it with the spirit congealing pill. Ancestor Lu Fingzi's next words made Li Lihing feel a little hopeful in his heart. Since this is the right way, then there should be a non-right way, right? As long as you endure for a few decades, everything will be calm. At that time, as long as you concentrate on your cultivation, with your aptitude, you will be able to communicate with me calmly in a mere 400 or 500 years. Why do you have to be in a hurry? Ancestor Lu Fingzi's words were full of persuasion, and there was no lack of meaning for Li Lihing to endure for a while. Ancestor, you don't know how much property that hateful thief has extorted from my sect for a mere spirit congealing pill. When Li Lihing heard the meaning of these words, it seemed that there was really another way, and his heart was filled with hope. Seeing that the attitude of the ancestor was still not very firm, He immediately began to lobby and increase his persuasiveness. "Oh, extorting my Taishaman? Does he want to die?" Ancestor Lu Fingzi was just a very ordinary sentence, but it was very domineering, and the confidence in it made Li Liheng feel very comfortable. However, this is obviously not the time to enjoy this, but to arouse the ancestor's common enemy and tell him another way to solve the problem of spiritual awareness, a way to get rid of the control of Yangchen and not be controlled by others. That thief is the only 5th grade alchemist in the mortal world. Now the sect can only find him as an alchemist who can refine the spirit congealing pill. For the sake of the younger generation, the sect has to be extorted by him. Li Liheng gritted his teeth and said, and several seniors of the sect even bow their heads to humiliation. This disciple can't stand it. Li Liheng called him a thief, which made Yang Chen want to curse back in his mind. But unfortunately, this can only exist in his thoughts and cannot be implemented. It's just a spirit congealing pill. He dares to extort several kinds of 7th grade fire seeds from the sect. And he also brought an ancient secret medicine garden space full of hundreds of thousands of years old spirit medicine. In order to enhance his persuasiveness, Li Liheng even counted the 7th grade fire seed to buy the pill recipe to the head of the spirit congealing pill and told ancestor Lu Fingzi, "This boy is too much." Sure enough, as Li Liheng had expected, old ancestor Lu Fingzi was infuriated after hearing this. However, even if he was, Li Liheng wouldn't be able to see it. If he doesn't ascend, then it's fine. Once he ascends to the spiritual world, this old man will personally tear him to pieces. Ancestor Lu Fingzi was already angry. His anger erupted like a volcano, and his surging momentum almost crushed Li Liheng's spiritual awareness into pieces. However, Li Liheng didn't feel any fear at the moment. Although this pressure made him extremely uncomfortable, Li Liheng's heart was full of joy. He successfully provoked the anger of the ancestor. He thought that the ancestor, who couldn't do anything to Yangchen in the mortal world, would directly improve his ability and let him deal with Yangchen. Tell Li Tiancheng, let him send someone to kill this guy immediately and take back all the things. The ancestor was really not a person who was bullied, and he was about to take action immediately. Ancestor, the sect master, would rather endure humiliation for the sake of this younger generation junior, but he also wants to keep a person who can refine the spirit congealing pill. His love for this younger generation junior is beyond measure. Li Liheng's affectation was simply good, and people couldn't help but be convinced, as long as this younger generation junior still needs the spirit congealing pill, I will have to let the thief exploit and extort me. There is another way to solve your problem. Under a series of foreshadowing, Li Liheng finally heard the sound of nature he wanted to hear. Chapter 1024. This method is somewhat contrary to the tradition of our Taoism. Before saying the specific method, ancestor Lu Fingzi still pointed out the drawbacks of this method, which was also the reason why he had been unwilling to teach Li Liheng. To put it more seriously, it is like a devil's method, which is against reason and nature. At this time, Li Liheng was smart enough not to say much, but just listened quietly. From the words of the ancestor, he could tell that the ancestor had not made up his mind and was still struggling. If he spoke, it might affect the ancestor's judgment. Once the ancestor took back his decision, wouldn't he lose more than he would gain? I don't recommend you to use this method. Ancestor Lu Fingzi's words were sincere and sincere. His words of persuasion had to be clear from the beginning. You are the young master of the sect with a great future. As the future master, you'd better not delay your great future because of some trivial feelings. I understand. Li Liheng put on a posture of listening to the teachings and then responded to the ancestor. I will not use it without authorization. I will report to the master first and ask the master to make a decision. Obviously, these words made ancestor Lu Fingzi feel that Li Liheng respected his master. Finally, he did not say anything more and said the method In fact, there should be records in the ancient books of the sect. Go back to the Sutras Pavilion of the sect and find a Devil Heart Sutra. It is a trophy obtained by the seniors of the sect when they killed a devil. Some things in it should be useful for your current situation. Thank you, Ancestor. Li Liheng was overjoyed. The Ancestor finally told him the method. How could he not be ecstatic? If it were not for the fact that he had taken a few spirit congealing pills this time and was not unable to hold on, Li Liheng would have disconnected from the Ancestor immediately and then returned to the sect to find the Devil Heart Sutra. What followed was a series of requests. The old Ancestor answered almost everything he knew, but Li Liheng was actually not in the mood for this. After he hurriedly asked all the questions that the elders had asked him, he looked exhausted and cut off the connection. Of course, in addition to his own desire to disconnect, it was also related to the pressure he had suffered from Ancestor Lu Fengzi twice this time. In any case, the result was the same. After disconnecting, young sect master Li Liheng immediately fell unconscious and fell into a deep sleep. This situation had happened many times, and the people who served beside him were not surprised. However, the young master had just fainted, and immediately a Taishaman elder appeared outside the door, which still gave them a shock. The elder that appeared was naturally a core elder that Li Liheng was protecting in secret. Li Liheng's performance just now was completely the same as before. He immediately knew that Li Liheng had successfully contacted Senior Lu Fengzi again. Last time, when Li Liheng was suspected, the sect's higher-ups were also very anxious. They wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but no one knew if Li Liheng had completed it. Finally, when Li Liheng woke up, the elder chased everyone out of the door and set up a few restrictions before asking about the details. Hearing that Senior Lu Fengzi finally believed Li Liheng, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He could finally put down his worries. It was for the best that Senior Lu Fengzi did not misunderstand. After the mood calmed down, the elder continued to ask about what happened next. At this point, Li Liheng was very good at grasping it. He clearly knew where his power came from, so in front of the sect master and these core elders he never hid or lied. After listening to Li Liheng's conversation with Senior Lu Fengzi, the elder couldn't help but look at Li Liheng in a different light. Li Liheng knew that the sect had paid a lot for him, and even knew to cry to Senior Lu Fengzi for this. He was indeed loyal to the sect. Especially when he heard Senior Lu Fengzi's analysis that the pressure that Li Liheng was under was the source of his heart demon, he suddenly sighed. The elder had already understood this time that if he wanted Li Liheng to get rid of his heart demon, it seemed that the only way was to improve his cultivation and get rid of the dependence on the spirit congealing pill refined by Yangchen. Even the elder could understand that the reason why Li Liheng wanted to entangle with those female cultivators outside was to relieve this kind of pressure and to forget everything he had to endure through sex. In this way, it seemed that there was no point in letting Li Liheng continue to gain experience outside, but there was a danger of falling. Return to the mountain. With a wave of his hand, the elder decided Li Liheng's itinerary, interrupted his experience, and rushed back to the sect at the fastest speed. The same words were said again in front of the sect master and several other core elders, and everyone fell into contemplation. Sect master Li didn't make a decision first. Instead, he asked the elder in charge of the scripture pavilion to find the free Devil Heart Sutra that had been placed in the scripture pavilion at some point. Everyone could see what kind of cultivation method it was that could make Senior Lu Fengzi say it was so evil. No matter what, they had to wait until they understood it before making a decision. Yang Chen was very happy to get the high-level communication code of the Taishaman. Li Liheng explained very clearly that this was prepared for the high-level spies of the Taishaman. Generally, these people were masters of other sect or influential figures who secretly controlled some sect for the Taishaman. When they ascended, it was impossible to expose their identity, so after ascending they also needed a set of identification codes so that they could recognize the seniors of the mysterious heaven sect in the spiritual world. The code that Li Liheng said was the highest level, which was directly equivalent to the high-level figures of the core elders of the Taishaman. With this set of code, when they reached the spiritual world, they might be able to deal with the mysterious Heaven sect. As for teaching Li Liheng the method recorded in the Devil Heart Sutra to solve his spiritual awareness problem, it was a trap that Yang Qin had already prepared for the Taishaman. Now the demand of the Taishaman for spirit congealing pills was growing. Even if Li Liheng refined 5,000 pills last time, according to Li Liheng's consumption rate and according to Senior Lu Fengzi's estimation of Li Liheng's cultivation base, it was estimated that it would not be enough before his cultivation base was improved enough to communicate with Senior Lu Fengzi without help. There were 3 paths in front of him. The first was to continue to find Yang Qin and be blackmailed by Yang Qin. He believed that the Taishaman would definitely not be willing. The second was to find another senior alchemist who could refine spirit congealing pills or simply train one himself, but it would take hundreds of years or longer. The third was what Senior Lu Fengzi said, the Devil Heart Sutra. Yang Qin was very sure that Li Liheng would choose the third one. Being able to directly improve his spiritual awareness cultivation base, the temptation for Li Liheng was by no means great. This meant that his power would be further enhanced. Even if Li Liheng could hold back, he believed that the guy named Yang Lan would try his best to encourage Li Liheng. Chapter 10:25. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently left Yang Lan's life, and there would be such benefits. Yang Qin also heard about what Yang Lan had done in recent years through other channels, which was very much in line with Yang Chen's appetite. With his help, he believed that Li Liheng would go further and further on the road to the destruction of Taishaman. It was just a pity for Yang Lan. He thought that he was constantly making trouble for Yang Chen and taking revenge. Of course, Yang Chen would not easily break Yang Lan's fantasy. He also expected Yang Lan to be able to give advice to the Honorable Young Sect Master. Naturally, this was just a small trap. The real big trap was still behind, and it was a temptation that all the high-level Taishaman could not refuse. However, it was not appropriate to throw it out now. He always had to choose an appropriate time. Now, Yang Qin was in a good mood. Sure enough, it was the right way to vent some of his resentments. There was a balance between work and rest. He couldn't always stare at the stressful life. It was always necessary to relax appropriately. The 6th Earth Flying Sword was still the 6th Earth magic weapon. There was no point in being embarrassed, so he would use the 6th Earth magic weapon. Yang Qin made a decision. After checking the surrounding formation, he began to refine the 6th Earth magic weapon safely. The magic energy on the 9 secluded flying dust must be absorbed and purified first. After the refining was completed, the magic energy would be absorbed again. Otherwise, with a high concentration of magic energy, Yang Chen's refining process would not be smooth. The demonized vine in the sea of consciousness was still entangled by the spiritual awareness threads. The magic energy of the 9 secluded flying dust entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and joined the body of the strengthened, demonized vine. It was undeniable that the magic energy contained in these 9 secluded flying dust, which had existed for an unknown period of time, far exceeded Yang Chen's imagination. Even in the middle of the absorption of the magic energy, Yang Chen had to stop the absorption process temporarily and spend a lot of time tempering himself with the magic energy again. This process repeated at least 5 times before the demon chi within the 9 hell flying dust was completely extracted. Then he began the final preparations before the refinement, familiarizing himself with the materials. The 9 nether flying dust filled every corner of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The particles of the flying dust were extremely small. Even if they were magnified many times in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, they would still appear very tiny and indistinguishable. After carefully understanding the characteristics of the 9 nether flying dust, Yang Chen began to refine it. Before the formal refinement, Yang Chen first used the universe treasure nurturing technique to nourish the 9 flying dust. Then he began to refine it. The process was not too difficult. His powerful consciousness was able to control all the 9 flying dust without any hindrance. After he left his own consciousness imprint, everything became simple. The most troublesome process was to refine the demonified vine's phantom into the magic weapon as a tool spirit. However, this was not a problem for Yangchen. With the knowledge and experience of his previous life as a great, principal golden immortal and the powerful consciousness of a grade 2 human immortal, adding a tool spirit to the magic weapon was not a troublesome thing. The only thing that made Yangchen feel pity was that when refining the tool spirit, the success rate of weakening the demonified vine as a tool spirit was higher. Even with Yangchen's current strength, he still could not make the demonified vine's phantom grow to its maximum size. He could only control it to a radius of 10 feet, forcibly using his consciousness threads to invade the remaining consciousness of the demonified vine. He carefully retained the instinct of the demonified vine to swallow and condense demon chi. Then he succeeded in putting the tool spirit into the magic weapon that had already been formed. This was the only one among Yangchen's great yin-yang 5 elements magic weapon that had a tool spirit. It was completely black and did not even have a fixed shape. It was just a thick black mist that changed its shape from time to time under Yangchen's control. When Yangchen did not control it, it was a black smoke that looked natural. The refining process for Yangchen himself was not perfect because now Yangchen's great yin-yang 5 elements secret art had not been fully collected. Although the 6th Earth true secret art had been obtained, he had not yet cultivated it. Therefore, the 6th Earth spirit power was not the original spirit power. Relatively speaking, the effect of refining the magic weapon was a little worse. However, Yangchen did not intend to cultivate the 6th Earth true secret art at this time. These original spirit cultivation methods could be used at a critical moment for a breakthrough. It would be a waste to cultivate them at ordinary times. Moreover, the magic weapon could continue to be refined at that time. He believed that after the baptism of the 6th Earth true secret art, the quality would be even higher. Without any control, the black mist naturally surrounded Yangchen, making Yangchen look like a demon god. With a move of Yangchen's mind, the black mist turned into a black robe, and suddenly it turned into a black armor. It was very natural. For the newly refined magic weapon, Yangchen gave it a name, 9 Nether Flying Sword. Although it was not in the form of a flying sword, Yangchen liked to call it that. Because the 9 Nether Flying Sword had just been refined, the spirit in it was deliberately weakened. In addition, the 9 Nether Flying Dust was also purified before the refining, so the demonic chi contained was not sufficient and it still looked very weak. But despite this, the 9 Nether Flying Sword had shown the effect of condensing demonic chi that was not worse than the formation that Li Tianxue studied. The surrounding demonic chi that was condensed by the formation began to float towards the 9 Nether Flying Sword, so that Yangchen was surrounded by a thick demonic chi. With such a demonic chi in the eyes of outsiders, it was definitely a cultivator who was contaminated by the demonic chi and then demonized, right? Maybe Li Tianxue had already become like this. Although Yangchen did not kill Li Tianxue, apart from being demonized, there was only one result left, and that was to be killed by the demonic beast. There was no other possibility. Even if someone wanted to save him, a Deshang stage cultivator who was almost crazy would already burn incense if he didn't kill the person who saved him. What's more, this was the demon continent. If it was not a close friend, who would be so kind? Maybe there was a chance to meet and kill him first, and he could get some benefits from the corpse. This was the reality. With a wave of his hand, the 9 Nether Flying Sword turned into a long black whip and lashed at a big tree next to him. The black demonic chi directly invaded into the trunk of the tree along with the big hole that was broken. In less than a moment, the whole tree withered and died. This was just a plant that could withstand the thin demonic chi on the periphery. How could it withstand such an attack? The effect made Yangchen very satisfied, but now Yangchen still needed to find a suitable opponent to test the effect of the attack, and whether it would really have the evil power to make people go crazy. All this needed to be verified, and it depended on whether he could find a suitable enemy. It had to be said that Yang Chen's luck was simply so good that it was against the heavens' will. Just as he was thinking about where an enemy could come out to try the power of the 9 nether flying sword, someone immediately appeared in the range of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. More coincidentally, Li Lihing's spiritual awareness imprint in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness shook slightly, and Yang Chen immediately understood that the other party must have a compass to track his whereabouts. Chapter 10:26. The distance was still far away. The other party was only at the peak yuanying stage, and the scope of the spiritual awareness exploration was far less terrifying than that of Yang Chen, so he did not know that his figure had fallen under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. He just followed the direction guided by the compass. While moving forward, he killed the demonic beasts that constantly appeared around him. Yang Chen quietly put away the demonic chi formation a few miles away, and then walked directly in the direction of the man. As he walked, the 9 nether flying sword kept absorbing the demonic chi. With such a short journey, it would not take a long time, but if he could absorb a little, it would increase the power of the demonic chi slightly, and it may be able to make the other party fall into the state of cultivation deviation. In less than a few hours, the other party found the whereabouts of Yang Chen, and the trembling of the compass clearly told him that the target of this trip, Yang Chen, was not far away, and his spiritual awareness also found the figure of Yang Chen. However, this guy was a cautious guy. Even if he found Yang Chen's people, he still did not dare to be completely sure. He was just cautious and released an array flag with a stealth array, and wanted to get closer to confirm it carefully. "Are you looking for me?" Yang Chen directly exposed his whereabouts and asked without waiting for him to get close. "Alchemy, Grandmaster Yang." The other party had never seen Yang Chen, but had only heard the description. Seeing Yang Chen speak, he no longer concealed it, put away the array flag, and asked in a very calm tone. "Yes." Yang Chen admitted directly, and then asked, "How do I address this friend?" "There is no need to be so troublesome. Take out what elder Hu Qin wants, and I will let you live." The other party was a master of the peak yuanying stage. Against Yang Chen, who was in the early yuanying stage, he was naturally full of confidence. His words were also extremely domineering and condescending. Otherwise, there will be one more demonic cultivator in this world. Yang Chen was surrounded by a black mist that could not be hidden from the eyes of the other party, and Yang Chen did not intend to hide it. At the very least, in the eyes of the other party, Yang Chen was currently being invaded by demonic chi and was unable to take care of himself. He thought that by saying this, he had already given Yang Chen enough face, and in this situation, Yang Chen had no choice but to refuse. "Oh, what exactly does Elder Hu want?" Yang Chen asked with a smile. "I don't know." The peak of the yuanying stage smiled and replied. Without giving Yang Chen a chance to speak again, he directly ordered, "So, hand over everything you have, and I will spare your life." Yang Chen could still smile. At least in the eyes of the other party, Yang Chen should be crying. A 5th-grade alchemy grandmaster was not a powerful figure in this demon continent. Demonized demon beasts didn't care if you were an alchemy master, a grandmaster, or not. Demonized demon beasts would still demonize. Wasn't Yang Chen in such a crisis now? The master couldn't help but be happy. With Yang Chen's appearance, it could be said that he could need him however he wanted. It was his great luck that Yang Chen's good things were all taken advantage of by him. This time, not only could he find what the sect needed and make a great contribution, but he could also recover the things that Yang Chen extorted from the sect. Those things that Yang Chen extorted from the Taishaman were a huge fortune in itself. Whether it was returned to the sect or not, it meant huge benefits for the peak yuanying stage master. In fact, he didn't want to keep Yang Chen's life at all. The reason why he said so much was that he was waiting for Yang Chen to be deeply invaded by the demonic chi, so it would be easier to deal with him. As for failure, could such a ridiculous thing happen? If you want something, You'd better come and get it yourself." Yang Qin stood in the same place and did not make any extra movements. He just provoked with a faint smile. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll help you." The master grinned and did not hesitate to summon the flying sword and slashed at Yang Qin from a distance. In any case, this was the demon continent. There was nothing wrong with being careful. The master still did a good job. The black gas on Yang Chen's body suddenly skyrocketed and greeted the other party's flying sword. Seeing this situation, the other party was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect such a situation, but he was only stunned for a moment. He still controlled the flying sword to slash at Yang Qin. As soon as the flying sword touched the black mist, it was like a hot sword inserted into a cold pool, making a hissing sound, which made people feel creepy. Even the slightest person understood that this black gas was not a good method. The Yuanying stage master hurriedly recalled the flying sword and checked it carefully. When he found that there was no major problem, he was relieved. This kind of strange method, it should be the method of the demon sects, right? I didn't expect the 5th grade alchemist Master Yang Qin, Master Yang, to be a demon, so this old man has to get rid of the demon to defend the Tao. After all, he was from the Tao sections. Even in this situation, the other party did not forget to find a righteous title and put a demon hat on Yang Qin. He said it with a righteous look, and he was a master who got rid of the demon to defend the Tao. So much nonsense. Yang Chen snorted, and directly turned the black mist into a huge whip and lashed at the other party. How could a master of the peak Yuanying stage be hit by this kind of attack? The other party's figure flashed, and he had already dodged, and then the flying sword immediately counterattacked. The black mist suddenly rose, and it directly covered the space of tens of feet, and the peak Yuanying stage master was directly enveloped in it. Seeing this situation, the other party was shocked and hurriedly sacrificed a few protective magic weapons to protect his body, and he was about to leave the shroud of the black mist. How could Yang Chen let him escape? The 9 nether flying sword could change shape, and it instantly turned into countless spikes and stabbed the opponent who was wrapped in the center. What protective magic weapon? What flying sword? Cut on the black mist, it was useless. Who has seen a sword that can cut the mist? The black mist directly invaded his skin. As soon as he touched the black mist, the other party felt that his mind was in a trance, and then he had distracting thoughts. He immediately noticed that it was not good, and he quickly launched a clear mind cultivation method and quickly suppressed these distracting thoughts. It must be said that the Tao sect's cultivators were still determined after all, and they were infected by the demonic qi. Although there were some signs of heart demons, they quickly calmed down. It really is the method of the demon sects. Evil creature, you can't be left alive. Perceiving the abnormality in the black mist, the opponent was even more furious, and he almost took out his trump card, and regardless of the black mist, he only attacked Yang Chen. What a pity! Yang Chen, on the opposite side, could only make such a sigh. This 9 nether flying sword, after all, was refined not long ago, and the demonic qi was insufficient. Otherwise, it would have been enough to trigger this guy's heart demon, and he would have directly become the same as Li Tianxue. It was really a pity. Chapter 10:27. However, despite the lack of power, the other party obviously paused and then immediately launched the clear mind cultivation method. Yang Chen still saw it in his eyes and was happy in his heart. This fully showed that the 9 nether flying sword, as Yang Chen expected, had the effect of a mental attack. It was enough to confirm this, and it didn't really need to have a strong effect. If it had such a terrifying power when it had just been refined and had not absorbed much demonic energy, Yang Chen was not sure if he could suppress his own flying sword. It was good now. While Yang Chen was satisfied, it also meant that the other party no longer had the value of existence. The other party kept talking about Elder Hu. Obviously, he was either the people of Taishimin or Huchini. It would not be a pity to kill him. Although the 9 nether flying sword was in the form of mist, it did not mean that it only had the power of a mental attack. Since Yang Chen dared to call it a flying sword, it still had the attack power of a flying sword. Previously, it was just to verify the mental attack. Now that the other party thought that the black mist was nothing more than this, the poor guy was simply courting his own death. Chi-chi, the unusually clear sound of a sharp blade cutting through the flesh sounded, followed by half a scream that was not completely shouted out, and then there was no other sound. The misty nine nether flying sword returned to its original robe appearance, and Yang Qin was very satisfied with this. In this demon continent, the last thing that was lacking was demonic energy. As long as this flying sword was surrounded by demonic energy, it could continue to accumulate demonic energy. The dead guy's Qinquan bag was already in Yang Chen's hands. After a few glances, he knew the origin of the other party. Sure enough, it was a guy from Taishimen. Looking at the compass he deliberately brought, he must have come here to kill Yang Chen. The Taishimen probably couldn't stand it anymore. From time to time, there would be a demonized monster jumping out, and Yang Chen was not bothered by the two masters, and directly killed them with the 9 nether flying sword. Soon Yang Chen discovered that after the 9 nether flying sword killed the demonized monster, it could directly absorb the condensed demonic energy in the demonic body, which was much more efficient than directly exposing it to the demonic energy. After discovering this, Yang Chen was happy for a while. As long as the demonized monster was killed enough and strong enough, the power of the 9 nether flying sword would increase rapidly. Refining the flying sword had taken several months. After calculating the time, Yang Chen estimated that when he arrived at the appointed gathering place, it would be almost the day of the reunion with the women. He simply found the right direction and walked all the way. When the demonic energy was absorbed to a certain extent, Yang Chen discovered another feature of the 9 nether flying sword. That was, as long as he came into contact with the 9 nether flying sword, all kinds of messy thoughts would constantly emerge in his mind. Even if Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness was so strong, he could not avoid it. With the inexplicable accumulation of more and more, this kind of messy thoughts became more and more complex. Yang Chen needed to constantly fight against this kind of distracting thoughts that he didn't know where they came from. He was almost always tempering his own state of mind. For others, this was definitely a demonic thing that would affect their cultivation, but for Yang Chen, it was simply a magic weapon for tempering his mind. Even Yang Chen did not have to deliberately absorb the demonic energy of the devilish bead, and he could easily achieve the purpose of tempering his state of mind. In this case, if Yang Chen could still get used to it and cope with it, he believed that there was nothing in the mortal world that could bother Yang Chen. He had almost experienced all kinds of positive and negative emotions that could be imagined. No matter how strong the emotional fluctuations were, they could not make Yang Chen confused. Even if he was already possessed by the devil, it was estimated that he could forcibly suppress it. This 9 nether flying sword with the attribute of accumulating earth was simply the most suitable magic weapon to be used on the demon continent. Of course, only people like Yang Chen could easily control it. As long as others dared to touch it, it would cause unpredictable consequences. Strictly speaking, among the flying sword in Yang Chen's body, not to mention others, the 2nd Wood Blood Phantom Vine flying sword and the 6th Earth 9 nether flying sword were almost 2 demonic swords. One grew by sucking blood, and the other grew by absorbing demonic energy. They were all demonic things that couldn't be more evil in the eyes of a gentleman. With these 2 flying swords, it was a little difficult for Yang Chen to argue that he was a demon. In view of this, Yang Chen could only use the 2 flying swords carefully. Otherwise, it would not be worth the loss to be eliminated before his great cause was achieved. When Yang Chen arrived at the gathering place, it was already almost a few months later. There were only more than 2 months and less than 3 months before he reunited with the 4 women. Along the way, Yang Chen killed a lot of demonic beasts, but without a few Deshang stage masters to drive those demonic beasts to his side, the number of killings dropped a lot. But he had already experienced a tragic killing before, and the killing efficiency of his sword techniques was extremely improved. This time, Yang Chen's luck was not very good. In 2 years, he didn't know how many demonic beasts he had killed, but he didn't even get a devilish bead, which made Yang Chen very unhappy. Of course, it was just a little unhappy. Yang Chen had not yet reached the point where he had to get the devilish bead. The appointed gathering place was tens of thousands of miles deeper than the previous one, and it was slightly smaller. After all, there were always fewer and fewer masters. As soon as he entered the gathering place, Yang Chen saw an acquaintance, Li Cheng, who came to greet him when he first entered the demon continent. "Brother Yang Chen, what a coincidence!" Li Cheng also saw Yang Chen and greeted Yang Chen with a smile. "It's really a coincidence we meet again." Yang Chen also smiled and greeted him. He still had a feeling of not being able to see through Li Cheng in his heart. But there was no particularly dangerous concept. He didn't know why. As soon as the two greeted each other, Yang Chen suddenly found that Li Lihing's spiritual awareness imprint in his sea of consciousness trembled a few times, as if several people were using the compass to track him at the same time. Yang Chen's face changed, and before he could say anything, he saw that around the gathering place, a few figures slowly came towards this side, vaguely surrounding Yang Chen from several directions. Among the several people, the weakest one was also in the late Yuanying stage, and the strongest one was in the peak Deshang stage. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he stared closely at the old man who looked the most stooped. The peak Deshang stage, there was also an oppressive aura on his body. Yang Chen directly guessed the identity of the old man. He was definitely a great elder of Taishimen. "Kid, give me your life." The great elder simply ignored the rules of the gathering place and said to Yang Chen, "Stop." Just when Yang Chen was planning to fight with the other party, Li Cheng, who was next to Yang Chen, shouted at the great elder who was closing in, "The gathering place is strictly forbidden to use force." Chapter 10:28. Li Cheng's words seemed to have aroused all the murderous intent. At the same time as his voice fell, the boundless coercion enveloped everyone in the gathering point. Under this powerful coercion, even the masters of the Deshang stage felt a chill in their hearts. The source of the coercion came from the stooped old man. While countless people were surprised, they were also greatly shocked. Such a master! How high did his cultivation have to be to make these people, who were usually pretentious, feel fear? There were a few who did not seem to be affected. All of them appeared with the old man, distributed in all directions, firmly guarding in the middle. Seeing this situation, the dozens of Deshang stage masters around all took a cold breath for a while. To be able to firmly suppress everyone in this kind of situation, and to be able to accurately control not to hurt his own people. What kind of cultivation base was this? Rules. The stooped old man seemed to have suddenly become a muscular man in an instant. His monstrous momentum rushed straight to the sky, and his cold words were like a high and mighty ruler, inviolable. What rules? Where I am the rule. Everyone at the gathering point heard this unbelievably arrogant statement. There was a burst of anger on everyone's face. But the strange thing was that no one stood up except Li Cheng. According to the rules of the previous gathering points, if someone dared to break the rules so blatantly, he would absolutely not escape the fate of being besieged by everyone. Even if his cultivation base was higher, it was impossible to be the opponent of everyone. Living in the demon continent for so long, everyone has always felt that it was a natural rule that they could not fight at the gathering point, and no one has ever thought of violating it. But today, a guy stood arrogantly in front of everyone and said loudly that he was the rule. These guys who had been on the killing field for a long time seemed to have chosen to be silent. Everyone who came here to gain experience, even if they had killed many people in the demon continent, they had also killed from the bottom to the top. The number of demonized beasts killed by their hands could be said to be innumerable. The number of battles exceeded the total number of battles that many people could face in a lifetime. It was reasonable to say that there should be no fear, but this unreasonable thing happened. Whether it was the ancestors of the Yuanying stage or the masters of the Deshang stage, in the face of the terrifying pressure of the old man, There was no thought of resistance in their hearts. In addition to fear, the only thing left was that it was natural. This was definitely a peerless master, and it was a super master who was so high that all the masters of the Deshang stage who were present would not dare to fight. Why would such an expert appear here? The difference in cultivation level was simply too great. The great elder's strength was infinitely close to that of a human immortal who had transcended tribulation. As long as a cultivator had not transcended tribulation, he or she would be firmly suppressed by such a huge difference in cultivation level or even a world. Compared with the fear and timidity of all the masters in the gathering point, those masters who came to the demon continent with the great elder were really proud and proud. Before coming to the demon continent, everyone felt that this was a terrifying place, but when they really came here, they found that it was just some simple, demonized beasts. Even without waiting for them to make a move, the great elder released a little bit of his aura from a distance, and there were no more demonic beasts who dared to come close. This made them suddenly feel that the demon continent was nothing great. Others regarded it as a dangerous place, but they regarded it as a smooth road. Moreover, so many people came to hunt down a junior in the early Yuan stage with great fanfare, it was really a bit overkill. However, thinking about Yang Chen's previous record, or couldn't be said to be a record, it could only be said that the results of the previous Taishaman sent people out. It seemed that Yang Chen also had a master guarding him. 6 masters of the Yuan stage fell at the same time, and even Elder Huchini was inexplicably plotted against. It was a safe plan to send the great elder. From the moment Yang Chen appeared at the gathering point, he was doomed to be a dead man. Originally, some people planned to follow the compass all the way, but the great elder did not fully agree. He just let a few of them split into several directions to start tracking, but he waited in this gathering point with a group of masters. The elder seemed to be sure that Yang Chen would come here. The waiting time was not very long. It had only been more than a year since they arrived at the demon continent, and most of them were on the road. After coming to this gathering point, at the beginning, everyone also followed the rules and did not make any excessive behavior until the appearance of Yang Chen. In this ridiculous place, the rules were set that no fighting was allowed. Didn't they know that the rules were set by the people with big fists? Even if there were masters in charge, what about it? Weren't they scared by the great elder and didn't dare to move? It was ridiculous to break the rules and gang up on him. Their group blatantly broke the rules, but so far, no one has come out to maintain the rules. No, there was a little guy who jumped out, and he was actually the one with the worst cultivation base in this gathering point. It may be that he had just come to the demon continent not long ago. There was no sign of fighting on his body, and his temperament was not strong enough. The newcomer didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he think that someone would respond if he stood up? Several masters of Taishaman thought in their hearts, and they sneered on their faces, watching Li Cheng jump out like a joke, and no one moved. They only needed to ensure that Yang Chen couldn't escape, and the rest would naturally be solved by the great elder. As for the great elder, he would not be interested in a little guy who jumped out of his head. At his point, what fame and fortune, what power and profit, what thoughts of fighting for power and profit were faint. His heart was like still water, and he would never have any hot-blooded impulse. The little guy was good, he knew how to maintain the rules, but that was all. The great elder didn't even look at Li Cheng, just took a firm and solid step, and walked towards Yang Chen step by step. Yang Chen was his real goal. After solving Yang Chen and finishing the things for the sect, he could safely cross the tribulation and ascend. I don't care what rules you have here, I only follow my own rules. The voice of the great elder was like a ruler, calm and majestic, and everyone who heard it was shocked. I only want one person's life, the others, as long as you stay honestly, otherwise go die. In 2 consecutive sentences, the great elder had clearly expressed his attitude and his purpose. His goal was Yang Chen alone. Chapter 1029. If you break the rules, everyone has the right to punish you. Just as Yang Chen was about to make a move, Li Cheng's voice sounded again. This time, not only the masters of Taishamin, but even the other masters of the demon continent who were deterred by the great elder cast a surprised look. Li Cheng spoke for the first time, and then the old guy directly released a monstrous pressure which suppressed everyone, and no one dared to say half a word. Why did he still dare to jump out and talk nonsense now? Was he tired of living? Stubborn fool, you two can die together. The great elder's voice, which was almost without joy or sorrow, sounded again, and a sword light flew up from his body and flew high into the sky. At the same time, there was another light flying up, but it flew out from Li Cheng's body. It was also a sword light, but compared with the dazzling sword light of the great elder, Li Cheng's sword light was very dim. And it could even be said that there was almost no light, it was just an almost invisible gray shadow. Whoosh! The great elder's sword light flew directly towards Yang Chen, and Li Cheng's sword light also slashed towards the great elder at the same time. Except for Yang Chen and Li Cheng, everyone present had determined a result in their hearts. Yang Chen's head was cut off, and Li Cheng's flying sword was blocked, and then the next sword light flew back and cut off Li Cheng's head. A master at the level of the great elder was already too lazy to deal with several opponents at the same time, especially two juniors. He would definitely come one by one, and he would not worry that the other party could resist successfully. He would behead them in order, leaving no hope for the opponent. This was a real master. Everyone was watching the moment when Yang Chen's head flew up, but they only saw Yang Chen stretch out his hand and grab the sword light, catching the flying sword with his bare hands. This young man couldn't be a fool, right? Not to mention facing a master of this level. Even if it was a young man in the early nascent soul stage who was in the same realm as him, he would suffer a big loss against the flying sword with his bare hands. Even if there was a good body refining technique, it could not withstand the confrontation between the tempered body and the tempered magic weapon. It was clear at a glance who was strong and who was weak. So, in everyone's speculation, before the situation of Yang Chen's head flying up, there was another scene of the palm being cut off, which should be consistent. The peerless master just said that he only wanted the lives of Yang Chen and Li Cheng, and as long as the others did not move, it would be fine. The group of people who had been suppressed by the Grand Elder to the point of not daring to breathe were actually relieved. As long as it had nothing to do with them, it couldn't be any better. No one cared about the rule of not fighting at the assembly point. Just as the Great Elder had said, the one with the biggest fist was the rule. At this moment, the Great Elder's fist was the biggest, so his words were the rule. There are hundreds of people up and down in this gathering point. There were nearly 1,000 people. To be. From this point of view, all the guys who came to the demon continent to gain experience, except for Li Cheng, should feel ashamed. It's a pity that shame is not as important as life and death, and no one will jump out to be the person who sacrificed his life for righteousness. As soon as everyone's worries were put down, another thought emerged. It was definitely a precious experience to be able to witness a master at the level of the Great Elder with their own eyes. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it, looking forward to the result they guessed. The flying sword had already arrived in front of Yang Chen, and Yang Chen's hand was very fast, and he grabbed it down. Just when everyone was waiting for the scene of the palm being broken and blood spurting out, the sword light suddenly stopped. Brush, the situation of the sword light changing from extreme movement to extreme stillness, made people's eyes uncomfortable for a while. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, it couldn't compare to the shock in their hearts. Yang Chen just reached out casually and grabbed the sword light, and then the flying sword of the peerless master was caught by Yang Chen's big hand. Not to mention cutting off the palm. It was estimated that it didn't even cut off a hair on Yang Chen's hand. How is this possible? A master who is more powerful than all the masters of the Deshang stage combined on the scene could not even do anything to the fingers of a junior in the early Yuanying stage? What kind of joke was this? Could it be that this old man and this young man teased everyone together to play a play? Not only those people from the demon continent, but even the people from Taishamin were all stunned. What was going on? How was this possible? How could the great elder let Yang Chen catch his flying sword? Among the people at the scene, the most surprised was not the others, but the great elder. From the beginning to the present, he has been firmly grasping the initiative, controlling all the atmosphere here. He wanted the wind to blow. He wanted the rain to rain. He was waiting to kill Yang Chen with a sword. But suddenly there was a change in the situation. With a move of his mind, his life source flying sword, which was connected to his mind, was ready to change the angle to kill Yang Chen. However, this was just a thought. The flying sword in Yang Chen's hand just shook slightly. The great elder was shocked. The young man in the early Yuanying stage in front of him was actually a master who hid so deeply, grabbing the life source flying sword of a master of his level with his bare hands. Even if the great elder was stronger than those who had just crossed the tribulation and ascended, he did not dare. Even someone as strong as the grand elder, who had surpassed those who had just ascended, would not dare to grab the natal flying sword of an expert of his level with his bare hands. Yang Chen did not hesitate to reach out and grab it. Just as he was feeling surprised, a black light flashed in front of him. Only then did the great elder remember that there was another junior who was planning to attack him with a flying sword. Just as he was just immersed in the shock of being caught by Yang Chen with his bare hands. He actually forgot this. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I am a sick cat? Even two juniors in the early Yuanying stage dare to ride on this old man's neck and shit? The great elder, who was just shocked from the beginning to the end, was no longer in that state of no joy and no sorrow. He was furious. This trivial flying sword. You want to deal with the great elder of Taishimin? This young man didn't put the master in his eyes too much, right? The great elder was furious, but he stood still in the same place. Yang Chen dared to catch the flying sword with his bare hands. How could he, a peerless master, not dare to do so? He just wanted to let others see that this old man was standing here. No matter how you cut me with your flying sword, you can't do anything to this old man. Thus, another shocking scene occurred once again. Such a powerful, peerless master, the great elder of Taishimin, who only used his breath to make the thousands of masters present not dare to breathe, stood straight in the same place and let Li Cheng, the younger generation's flying sword, cut his neck. Then a white-haired head, like a silk ball being thrown up, rushed into the sky with a fountain of blood. After turning a few times in the air, it fell in a place not far away, rolled a few times and no longer moved. The headless corpse was still standing in the same place, and on the flat neck there was a burst of hissing sound, and blood spurted wildly, dyeing the surrounding blood red.